You know what would make a marvelous movie? Now you're gonna laugh at this. Dracula. Nobody's ever made it.
Nobody's ever really made it well. You're right.
I don't mean well.
Oh, you mean
They've never paid any attention to the book. I did it on the radio. I did it on the radio. It's the most hair-raising, marvelous book in the world. It's told by 4 people.
Oh, really?
It must be done with a 4 narratives, like the radio thing. It's 4
people. You did it that way.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Oh, God, it was wonderful.
And the man talking about Dracula that opened up our episode today is, of course, legendary Orson Welles. Much later in his life, and you can tell he feels very proud of this broadcast that I'm going to be playing for you, and that is Dracula, as told from the Mercury Theatre on the Air. Welles not only directed and adapted this play for radio, but he also starred in the production, playing both Count Dracula and Dr. Seward. You'll be able to hear his powerful voice, creating an eerie atmosphere perfect for Dracula's sinister character. And Dracula was the very first episode of the Mercury Theatre on the Air's radio series. Welles and his team picked Dracula as the launch episode because of its intense and gothic narrative, which was sure to grab listeners' attention. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the debut episode from the Mercury Theatre on the Air, Dracula, which was broadcast on July 11th, 1938.
Good evening. The Mercury Theatre faces tonight a challenge and an opportunity for which we are grateful. We will present during the next 9 weeks many different kinds of stories. Stories of romance and adventure, biography, mystery, and human emotion. Stories by authors like Robert Louis Stevenson, Emile Zola, Dostoevsky, Edgar Allan Poe, and P.G. Wodehouse. In the cast tonight are Martin Gable, the Cassius of our production of Julius Caesar, and George Coulouris, who played Antony in that production and appeared also in our Shoemaker's Holiday and Heartbreak House, and other leading Mercury Theatre players. We're starting off tonight with the best story of its kind ever written. You will find it in every representative library of classic English narratives. It's Bram Stoker's Dracula. The next time I speak to you, I am Dr. Arthur Seward. George Coulouris plays Jonathan Harker, and Martin Gable plays Dr. Van Helsing. It is Dr. Seward who tells the story, and so for the moment, goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you in Transylvania.
The Mercury Theatre on the Air presents Orson Welles as Count Dracula in his own version of Bram Stoker's great novel, Dracula.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Arthur Seward. I'm here tonight to bear witness to the truth of certain events, which you may find it hard to believe, but I ask you to believe them. I have here certain documents, telegrams, clippings from the press of the day, memoranda, and letters in various hands. All needless matters have been eliminated, so that a history almost at variance with the possibilities of contemporary belief may stand forth as simple fact. I present you first with excerpts from the private journal of Jonathan Harker.
I, Jonathan Harker, lawyer's clerk, article to Peter Hawkins, Esquire of Exeter, England, am writing this journal in the hope that if misfortune overtakes me, it may one day come to the eyes of those who love me. I set out from London on the last day of April to visit one of our clients in Eastern Europe. On May the 3rd, I arrived in Budapest and came after nightfall to Klausenburg on the borders of Transylvania. At Bistritz, there was a letter of welcome for me from our client, informing me that his carriage would await me at the Borgo Pass. It was signed Dracula.
Bukovina!
Ouch, what a bucovina!
The road was rough, but still we seemed to fly over it with feverish haste. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement among the passengers. They kept speaking to the driver and looking at me and urging him on to greater speed. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather strings. The mountains seemed to come nearer to us on either side.
Coachman! Coachman!
What is this? Where are we?
You're nearing your destination, young hare. This is the Borga Pass.
There were black, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air the heavy, oppressive sense of thunder. Now we were through the pass.
The young hare is not expected after all.
You are early tonight, my
A
friends.
caleche with 4 horses had drawn up beside us.
Let me help you, sir.
The coachman smiled, and the lamplight fell on a hard-looking mouth with very red lips and sharp-looking teeth, as white as ivory. We began to move. I looked back. The coach and its load of passengers had vanished from sight. We swept into the darkness of the pass. I struck a match. It was within a few minutes of midnight. And then a dog began to howl somewhere far down the road. The wind was rising. It moaned and whistled through the rocks, and the branches of the trees clashed together as we swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and fine powdery snow began to fall. The baying of wolves sounded nearer and nearer, as though they were closing round us from every side. We kept on ascending, always ascending. The howling of wolves was growing less. Presently, it ceased altogether. And just then, the moon broke through the black clouds. I saw down to the ring of wolves running alongside the carriage, in silence, with white teeth and lolling red tongues, with long sinewy limbs and shaggy hair.
Welcome to my house.
I must have fallen asleep. The carriage had pulled up in the courtyard of a vast ruined castle. The coachman was nowhere to be seen.
Welcome to my house. Come freely, go safely, and leave something of the happiness you bring.
Count Dracula?
I am Dracula.
His face was strong, very strong, aquiline. The mouth, so far as I could see under the heavy mustache, fixed and rather cruel-looking, with peculiarly sharp white teeth.
You hear them, Mr. Harker.
The wolves?
The children of the night, as you say, Mr. Harker. The wolves. Listen. Come now. There are many things you must tell me tomorrow. Of England and of the estate there you have purchased for me.
Yes.
The estate is called Carfax, I believe.
Yes, that is so.
But now I will detain you no longer. You will find your room in readiness, and I advise you not to leave it during the night.
This castle is on the very edge of a terrible precipice. A stone falling from the window would fall 1,000 feet without touching anything. I explored. There are doors everywhere, and all of them locked. The door to the great hall, the door to the courtyard, every door in the castle is closed, bolted against me. The castle of Dracula is a prison, and I am a prisoner. The next night, I could not sleep. So after a few hours, I got up and, lighting my candle, I placed my shaving mirror on the dressing table and was just beginning to shave.
You seem restless, Mr. Harker.
I had not seen him, although the reflection of the glass covered the whole room behind me. I turned to the glass again. Count Dracula was close to me, and I could see him over my shoulder, but there was no reflection of him in the mirror. It was blank. I started and cut myself on the side of the throat. The blood was trickling down my neck. Count, my mirror!
The blood! The blood. Wipe the blood from your face, Mr. Harker. And take care how you cut yourself. It is more dangerous than you think in this country.
When I woke, I found most of my things were gone. My passport, my notes, my letter of credit. I could find no trace of them anywhere. And my door is locked from the outside. June 20th. There is work of some kind going on in the castle. Now and then I hear the faraway muffled sound of mattock and spade. And last night, the second of the predated letters which Dracula made me write, the second of that series which is to blot out the very traces of my existence from the earth, went forth. Count Dracula.
Yes, my young friend.
Well, what of me? When am I free? When can I leave this place?
Free? Mr. Harker, you're always free. You want to leave? Would you like to leave tonight?
Yes, in God's name.
My dear young friend, not an hour shall you wait in my house against your will. Come, follow me. The door seems to be bolted. How strange. The door is locked.
Well, in God's name, open it.
As you will, Mr. Harker. You English have a proverb which is very close to my heart. Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest. Good night, Mr. Harker.
Shut the door! Shut the door! I tell you, shut the door! Shut...
The door is shut, Mr. Harker. I take it you will remain.
Morning, June the 30th. These may be the last words I ever write in this diary. Oh, God preserve my sanity. I have never seen Count Dracula by day. At sunrise, at the first cockcrow, he is gone. I do not understand these things. I only know that the wolves obey him, and that he is a man with hair on the palm of his hands, with sharp teeth, and no blood in his face. He casts no shadow. He cannot be seen in a glass, and he moves like a bat across the sheer face of the castle walls. He eats no food, and is mortally afraid of the crucifix. As I write this, I hear in the courtyard the rolling of heavy wheels and the cracking of whips. And there is in the passageway below the sound of heavy boxes being set down. Boxes shaped like coffins. And I know what they hold. Boxes are filled with holy earth from the chapel beneath the castle. It is the last box being nailed down. And now I hear the heavy feet tramping again. The door shut. Chains racket. In the courtyard and down the rocky way, the roll of heavy wheels, the crack of whips. Help! 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 The wagons have gone. I'm alone in the castle. I'm alone in the castle. I'm alone in the castle. I'm alone. I'm alone. I'm alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Seward. Mr. Harker's journal terminates at this point. I now present in evidence a clipping dated August 8th of that year from the Yorkshire Telegraph from our correspondent in Whitby. One of the greatest and suddenest storms on record was experienced here today. The weather has been somewhat sultry, but Saturday evening was fine. The band was playing. The piers were crowded with holidaymakers. The wind fell away entirely during the evening, and there was a dead calm. There were but few lights at sea. The only sail noticeable was a foreign schooner under full canvas, which was seemingly going westward. A little after midnight came a strange sound from over the sea, and high overhead the air began to carry a strange, faint, hollow booming. Then, without warning, the tempest broke. And there, with all sails set, was the foreign schooner rushing with terrific speed toward the shore. A searchlight was turned on her. And there, lashed to the helm, was a corpse, with drooping head which swayed horribly to and fro at each motion of the ship. A moment later she crashed. And then a strange thing was seen. At the very instant she touched, a huge dog sprang up on deck from below and, running forward, jumped from the bow onto the sand and, making straight up the east cliff toward the graveyard, vanished into the night. The Coast Guard, going aboard at dawn, found the dead man fastened to a spoke of the wheel. Tightly clutched in one hand was a crucifix. The man must have been dead for quite 2 days. In the pocket of the dead man's coat was found a bottle, carefully corked, containing a roll of paper. This proved to be an addendum to the ship's log. There was found on board only a small amount of cargo, and that of a most unusual nature. Apparently the ship carried nothing but earth. Common earth, packed away in wooden boxes, shaped much like coffins.
Log of the Demeter. Russian flag, Black Sea to Whitby. July 6th. Finished taking in cargo, a queer cargo, boxes of earth. At noon, set sail, east wind, fresh. Crew, 4 hands, 2 mates, cook, and myself, captain. July 11th. Entered Bosporus. At dark, passed through Dardanelles. Mate reported in morning that one of crew, Balyoden, was missing.
Took larboard watch 8 bells last night. He was relieved by Chilich. Never came to his
There's
bunk.
something aboard this ship.
No. Don't laugh, Captain. In the rain last night,
Oh?
a tall, thin man go up companionway and along the deck forward and disappeared. When I go to the bow, no one. And the hatchways all closed.
July 22nd. Rough weather last 3 days. All hands busy with sails. No time be frightened. Past Gibraltar and out through straits. All well. July 24th. Last night, another hand was lost. Disappeared.
Like Chilich. Leave all watch midnight. Then we never see him again. Double watch now. I don't take watch alone no more. Double watch. Double watch.
July 29th. Had single watch tonight as crew too tired to double. When morning come...
Hey! Hey, below! Banoitin! Banoitin! Is Banoitin below? Banoitin God! Thank you! Banoitin's God like the oth! Like all the others.
The mate and I have agreed to go armed henceforth, July 30th. Last night, we are nearing England. Weather fine. All sails set.
Captain! Captain! The man in the watch and the stairs were missing! Both missing!
Now, only self and mate and 1 hand left to work ship. August 3rd. 2 days of fog and not a sail sighted. At midnight, I went to relieve the man at wheel, and when I got to it, found no one there.
It's here! I know it now. I saw it. Like a man, tall and thin and ghastly pale. It was in the bows looking out. I gave it the knife and my knife went through it.
What?
Empty as air.
What is it? What are you talking about?
It's here, and I'll find it. It's in the hold. In one of those boxes of earth. I'll unscrew them one by one and see. And see.
He is mad. Stark raving mad. It's no use my trying to stop him. He can't hurt those big boxes. They are invoiced as common earth.
He's there. Down in the hole. I know the secret now. The sea will save me from him. That's all that's left. That's all that's left.
August 4th. I am all alone on my ship. And still the fog. I dared not go below. I dared not leave the helm. So here all night I stayed, and in the dimness of the night, I saw it. I saw him. God forgive me, but the mate was right to jump overboard. It was better to die like a sailor in the blue water. But I am captain, and I must not leave my ship. I shall tie my hands to the wheel when my strength begins to fail, and along with them I shall tie that which it dare not touch, my crucifix. I am growing weaker, and the night is coming on. God and the Blessed Virgin help a poor ignorant soul trying to do his duty.
You are listening to the Columbia Network's first presentation in a new summer series of unique dramatic productions featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air. In just a moment, our story of Bram Stoker's Dracula will continue. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
We continue now with Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air in Dracula.
Telegram, Seward, Perfect, to Van Helsing, Amsterdam. Lucy Westenra in alarming condition. Cannot diagnose. Come at once. Seward.
Telegram from Helsing, Amsterdam to Stuart Perfect. I'm on my way to you. Please arrange the examination immediately my arrival from Helsing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must now explain that 6 months before the events recorded here, I had become engaged to a young lady, Lucy Westenra. We were to have been married in the spring. My old teacher, Professor Van Helsing, arrived at 4 the next afternoon. I took him at once to Lucy's house. She lay in a bed asleep. She was ghastly, chalkily pale. The red seemed to have gone even from her lips and gums, and the bones of her face stood out.
Young miss is bad. Very bad. She must have blood or she will die. Yet she is not anemic. The qualitative analysis of her blood gives quite normal condition. It is strange. I do not like to think how strange. Look! My God, her throat, look!
The black velvet band that she always wore had dragged up a little and showed a red mark on her throat. Just over the external jugular vein were 2 punctures, not large, but not wholesome-looking. The edges were white and worn-looking. Well? Oh, what is it, Professor? What's wrong with her? Speak frankly, you can tell me the worst.
I wish I could, Stuart. I wish I could. But I do not dare.
But won't you tell me anything?
I will tell you this. Your young lady is in a danger greater than death. You must believe me. If you leave her for 1 moment and harm befalls, you will not sleep easy thereafter.
September 8. I sat up all night with Lucy.
Arthur, I'm afraid.
Night, dear. You can sleep tonight. I'm here watching you. Nothing can happen. And I promise if any sign of bad dreams, if I see anything, I'll wake you at once.
You will? Will you really? Then I'll sleep.
I sat all night by her bedside. And she did not wake once during the night, although her brows or a bat or something flapped almost angrily against the window panes. September 11th. Still quoting from my private journals. At this time that I received a message from Purfleet. Read 10:20 p.m. St. John's Hospital, serious complications, case 891, your immediate presence, London, imperative. I had no choice. Sometime later, a paper was found among Lucy Westenra's belongings.
I write this and leave it to be seen so that no one may by any chance get into trouble through me. I went to bed as usual, taking care that the window was closed, as Dr. Van Helsing had directed. About 2 a.m, I awakened. I went to the door, called out, "Arthur! Arthur!" There was no answer. Something's broken the window. I'm in the room, alone. I dare not go out. The house seems empty. The air is full of specks, floating, circling in the draught from the window. The light burns blue, dim. What am I to do? Something very sweet and very bitter all around me. And I seem sinking into deep water. And there's a singing in my ears.
You shall be flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood.
September 12th. Late. Only resolution and habit can let me make an entry tonight. We found her sprawled on the floor. There was a draft in the room from the broken window. Her throat was bare, showing the 2 wounds, looking horribly white and mangled.
We are too late, my friend. We have failed. God's will be done.
She's dying.
Yes, she's dying. Stay beside her. It will make much difference, mark me, whether she dies conscious or in her sleep.
It was late in the afternoon before she opened her eyes.
Arthur, oh, my love, I'm so glad you've come.
I took her hand and knelt beside her. Her breath came and went like a tired, peaceful child's. And then the light from the setting sun fell on her face, and then, insensibly, a strange change came over her. Her eyes grew suddenly dull and hard. Her breathing was heavy. The mouth opened, and the pale gums drawn back made the teeth look large and sharp.
Arthur, oh, my love, I'm so glad you've come. Kiss me. Bend down and kiss me.
Not for your life! Not for your living soul and health!
Lucy!
She is dead.
Poor girl. There's peace for her at last. The end.
Not so. It is only the beginning. Wait and see.
The Westminster Gazette, September 25th. A Hempstead mystery. The Kensington horror, the stabbing woman, and the woman in black are vividly recalled to mind by a series of events that have taken place recently in the neighborhood of Hempstead. Several cases have occurred of young children straying from home or failing to return from their playing on the heath. In all these cases, the children have given as their excuse that they have been with a beautiful lady who offered them chocolates. In each case, the child was found to be slightly torn or wounded in the throat. The wound seemed such as might be made by a rat or a small dog.
Read about the beautiful lady.
The Hempstead horror. Another child injured by the beautiful lady. We have just received intelligence that another child missed last night was only discovered late in the morning. It has the same tiny wound in the throat. Well, Stuart, what do you think of that? You mean to tell me, my friend, that you still have no suspicion as to what poor Lucy died of?
Nervous prostration, following great loss and waste of blood.
And how was the blood lost or wasted? You are a clever man, my friend, and a good doctor. But you do not believe that there are things that you cannot understand. You are wrong, Stuart. Are you aware of all the mysteries of life and death? Can you tell me why in the pampas there are bats that come at night and open the veins of cattle and horses and suck dry those veins? How in some islands of the western seas there are bats which hang on trees all day, and then when the sailors sleep on deck because it is hot, flit down on them, and then in the morning are found dead men, as white as Miss Lucy was?
I understand none of these things.
After tonight, Stuart, if you dare to come with me, perhaps then you will understand.
September 29th. Before dawn. Now it is done. And I would sooner die 1,000 deaths than live again through what I did this night.
We will spend the night, you and I, here, in this churchyard where Miss Lucy is buried. We enter the tomb.
And then?
We open the coffin. You shall yet be convinced.
Take care, Van Helsing.
Miss Lucy is dead, is it not so? Then there can be no wrong to her, but if she is not dead...
With some difficulty, we found the West End tomb. I took up my place behind a yew tree. On one side of the tomb, Van Helsing on the other. I was chilled and frightened. Suddenly, I saw something moving between two yew trees. A dim, white figure, which held something at its breast. The figure stopped. I could not see the face, for it was bent down over what I saw to be a fair-haired child. There was a sharp little cry, such as a child gives in sleep, or a dog as it lies before the fire and dreams. Then the thing saw us. She drew back with an angry snarl. The lovely blood-stained mouth grew to an open square. If ever a face meant death, I saw it at that moment. Then suddenly she turned and vanished in the direction of the tomb.
Child is not harmed. We leave him in a safe place where the police find him. There's more to do. Come.
Now we were in the tomb. Then in the coffin. The thing lay like a nightmare of Lucy, the pointed teeth, the blood-stained mouth. Van Helsing never looked up. From his bag he took out a book, his operating knives, a heavy hammer, and a round wooden stake, some 2 or 3 inches thick, sharpened to a fine point, and hardened over a fire.
Stuart! The life of this unhappy woman is just begun. Then she become what you call undead. There comes with the change the curse of immortality. She cannot die, but must go on age after age, adding new victims. Because all that die from the preying of the undead become themselves undead and prey on others. So the circle goes on, ever widening as the ripples from a stone thrown in the water. But if this lady, this undead, be made to rest as true dead, then the soul of the poor lady whom we love shall be again free.
Tell me, what am I to do?
Take this stake in your left hand, the hammer in your right.
Yes.
Place the point over the heart.
Yes.
Then, when I begin the prayer for the dead, in God's name strike. Are you ready? Now. Domine Jesu Christe, file de vivi, qui manus tuas ex voluntate Patri.
On the morning of July 11th, a man was found on the border of Transylvania. Talked wildly of wolves and boxes of earth and blood, and gave his name as Jonathan Harker. In the hospital at Klausenburg, he improved sufficiently to make possible his removal to England. I'm still quoting from my own personal papers. But there his condition remained so serious that he was committed for observation to a private ward in my hospital at Purfleet. Here he did so well that in 3 weeks he was completely recovered. It was during this time that his wife, Minna Harker, brought to the attention of Dr. Van Helsing and myself the journal that her husband had kept while a prisoner in the castle of a certain Count Dracula in Transylvania. I have before me the record of a meeting that took place in my study in Purfleet Transcribed by Mina Harker.
October 1st. Meeting began soon after 8. Jonathan next to me. Dr. Seward opposite to Van Helsing at the head of the table.
My friends, there are such things as vampires. Had I known at first what now I know, one so precious life had been spared to many of us who love her. The vampire which is amongst us is of himself so strong that he can direct all the elements, the storm, the fog, the thunder. He can command all the meaner things, the moth and bat, the owl and the fox and the wolf. How then are we to begin our strike to destroy him? How shall we find his place? And having found it, how can we destroy? My friends, it is a terrible task that we undertake. To fail here is not mere life or death. If we fail, we become as him. Foul things of the night, as him. What do you say?
I answer for myself.
Count me in. I'm with you.
The professor laid a small golden crucifix on the table. We took hands and our solemn pact was made.
My friends, we too are not without strength. The vampire flourishes on the blood of the living. Without this he cannot live. He throws no shadow, he makes no reflection in a mirror. He can transform himself to a wolf, to a bat. He can come on moonlight rays as elemental dust. He can see in the dark. He can do all these things. Yet he is not free. His power ceases at the coming of the day. Then, until night, he must remain in the shape in which he finds himself, and except in his coffin home, in those earth boxes he cannot rest. When we can confine him in his coffin, then, my friends, if we obey what we know, we will destroy him.
At that moment, something flapped wildly against the window, then...
Did you hit it?
I don't know.
We looked out of the window. Against the black sky, we could see nothing.
Data in our possession. From the Count's castle in Transylvania to Whitby came 50 boxes of earth. All of these, to our certain knowledge, were delivered at Carfax. Recently, 12 of these boxes have been removed. First step, ascertain whether all the rest remain in the deserted house next door or whether any more have been removed. We must trace each of these boxes and sterilize the earth with holy water so that he can no longer seek safety in it, and we must hurry.
The events of the next few days are described in Jonathan Harker's journal.
October 2nd, 5 a.m. Just returned from the empty house. Left Mina here at home. Well, we've done our work at Carfax. The place was filthy. The air stagnant and foul and alive with rats. We counted the boxes. Only 38 of them. And over each one, the professor went through his same mysterious work. It was dawn when we got back. I found Mina asleep. She looks paler than usual.
October 2nd. Soon after they left, I fell asleep. I remember hearing the sudden barking of the dogs, and then there was silence. I got up and looked out of the window. There was a thin streak of white mist moving across the grass along the wall of the house. It dawned on me that the air in the room was heavy and dank and cold. The gaslight came only like a tiny red spark through the fog. I could see through my eyelids. The mist grew thicker and thicker. Then, as I looked, the spark divided and seemed to shine on me through the fog like two red eyes.
You shall be flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, blood of my blood.
October 2nd, 8 p.m. We're on the track. 12 boxes were delivered last week to an empty house at 347 Piccadilly.
My dear friends, Until the sun sets tonight, Dracula must retain whatever form he now has. We have this day to hunt out all his lairs and sterilize them. Then he will have no place where he can move and hide. But we have only until sunset.
The house in Piccadilly was empty. I could run it perfectly. The same sickening smell was in the air. On a table we found a clothes brush, a brush, and a comb, and a basin, the latter containing dirty water, which was reddened as if with blood.
The boxes are back here. 8, 9, 10, 11.
Only 11.
There's a 12th box somewhere. Gentlemen, it is after 6. The sun is setting. We've no time to lose. He will return at any moment. Open the boxes.
Quiet. Listen. Be ready.
It is he! The window!
You waste your bullets. Gentlemen, you think you baffle me. You with your pale faces all in a row like sheep in a butcher's. You think you've left me without a place to rest. But I have more. The time is on my side. The one you love is mine already. I have known her. Already my mark is on her throat. Flesh of my flesh. Blood of my blood. She is with me always. Over land or sea.
October 4th morning. Another meeting in the study at Perky.
We must find that last remaining box, gentlemen. We must find it. As long as that earth exists impure, as long as there remains one place of refuge for Dracula, there is no safety and no peace for any soul in England.
And for the undead, never peace so long as he lives. Blood of my blood. Blood of my blood.
Mina! How do you know that's
Quiet.
With me always, over land and sea.
Mina, darling, how did you know that Dracula said those...
I don't know. The words just came. Strange. There are times when somehow I feel that I'm with him.
At sunset?
Yes. Just at sunset. And again at sunrise. Dr. Van Helsing, if I could give at that time you.
Have you the courage?
Courage for what? What do you mean?
Dr. Van Helsing here will question.
I will question her, yes. In a state of hypnosis. The one you love is already mine, he said. She is with me always, over land or sea. Ah, Count Dracula. Perhaps she will betray you if she is really with you, this one we love. Who knows? If she is really with you over land or sea.
Blood of my blood.
Mina.
Yes.
Answer me, Mina. Are you with him?
Yes, I am with him.
Where are you?
I do not know. It is all dark.
What you hear?
The lapping of water. I can hear it on the outside.
Then you are on a ship.
Yes.
What else do you hear?
There is the creaking of an anchor
What
chain.
are you doing?
I'm still. Oh, so still. It is like death. It's like death.
Here's a report from Matson Peabody, shipbrokers. Dated October 5th, according to Lloyd's list, the only sailing ship that left for the Black Sea yesterday was the Tsarina Katrina, bound for Varna. Some hours before she sailed, a man came alongside, all in black, driving a cart with a great box in it. This he lifted down single-handed and carried below. No one remembers having seen him after that, as heavy mist came up over Doolittle Dock until sailing time. The rest of London Harbour remained
Completely clear. Our plans are made. The average sailing time from London to the Black Sea is 3 weeks. We can travel overland to the same place in 3 days. We shall be there waiting for him when he arrives.
October 15th, arrive Barn about 5 o'clock. Mina seems stronger. Every morning before sunrise and just before sunset, she speaks to Van Helsing in a trance.
Are you with him, Mina? Tell me, are you with him?
I am with him.
What can you see?
Nothing. All is dark.
What can you hear?
I can hear the waves lapping against the ship and the water rushing by. The wind is high. I can hear it in the shrouds, and the bow throws back the foam.
So, the Tsarina Katrina is still at sea, hastening on her way to Varna. The Count cannot cross running water, so he cannot leave the ship without being observed.
What do you hear, Mina?
Lapping waves and rushing water. Darkness. Darkness and wind.
A whole week of waiting. Daily telegrams from Lloyd's.
Not yet reported. Not yet reported.
Rushing water and creaking mast. Darkness. Darkness and wind.
October 24th. Telegram. Lloyd's, London to Harker. Tsarina Katrina reported this morning from Dardanelles. Lloyd's, London to Harker, October 28th.
Tsarina Katrina in heavy fog reported entering Galatz Harbor at 1 o'clock today.
Galatz! Galatz is 38 hours from here, and the first train for Galatz leaves at 6:30 tomorrow morning. My friends, we have lost.
I am with him. I can see nothing. Nothing. I can hear men's voices calling, and the roll and creak of oars in rowlocks. I can feel the air blowing upon me.
October 29th, evening. We are due between 2 and 3 in the morning, but already at Bucharest we are 3 hours late.
Something's going out. I can feel it passing like a cold wind. I can hear far-off confused sounds. Men talking in strange tongues. Here's falling water and the howling of wolves. There's another sound. A queer sound. Light. Light.
Like what? Speak, Mina. Speak, I command you. I command you to speak.
Arrived in Galatz. Saw Captain Tsarina Katrina.
A man come aboard with an order an hour before sunup to receive a box for a party by the name of Dracula. Not his peppers, a rate. Emmanuel Hiddlesheim, his name was.
Mr. Hiddlesheim?
Yes.
You unloaded the box yesterday.
I gave to Krylov by order. Krylov.
Mr. Krylov?
Krylov. This morning they find him dead inside the churchyard of St. Peter. They find him dead with his throat torn open.
October 30th, evening.
There are 2 ways in which Dracula can get back to his own place. By land or by water.
We've examined the map and find the most likely river is the Sereth. You and I, Seaward, will charter a steam launch and follow him up the river. Van Helsing and Mina will take the train to Veresti, and from there they will
From there we shall go in the track where Harker went, from Bistritz over to Borgo. If you have not caught him before, we shall be awaiting Dracula there.
October 31st. We arrived at Veresti at noon, Van Helsing and I. Got a carriage here, and we start in an hour. Our enemy is still on the river.
October 31st. We can run at good speed up the river at night. There's plenty of water, and the banks are wide apart.
November 1st, evening. No news all day. We hear that a big boat went up the river before us, going at more than usual speed.
November 4th. All day driving. The country gets wilder as we go. By morning we shall reach the Borgo Park.
November the 4th, evening. We've left the launch. We've got horses, and we follow on the track along the river. We are armed.
Look! Quick! There they are now! Heading west!
With the dawn, we could see the Slovaks some miles before us, dashing along the river with their wagon. On it is the great box.
Late in the afternoon, we reached the Burgo Pass.
Van Helsing! Look! Look!
We could see a long way all around us. Far off, beyond the white waste of snow, was the river like a black ribbon curling. Between us and the river, not afar off, came a group of men, mounted Slovaks hurrying along. In the midst of them was a wagon which swept from side to side. On the wagon was a great box.
Look!
We see two horsemen following fast, coming up from the south. Stuart and Harker, the Slovaks with their heavy wagon, are losing their ground. Now the horsemen are not more than a mile behind. Now the wagon is quite close to us. We can see the great box swaying crazily. Now they are almost upon us. Now has happened a strange thing. The wagon smashed into a great rock bed in the snow, lost its front wheels, and turned over on its side, jammed against the stone. The horses tore loose from their traces and bolted, and the Slovaks scatter and vanish after them. Then silence. Silence like comes after ringing a bell.
Look. His face.
It is Dracula, sprawled out stiff and twisted in the smear of his own holy earth. The box, in falling, has emptied the dirt onto the snow. His face is old-looking. The skin is like paper. Dr. Seward, there's no time. Look at the sun.
Sunset.
In 1 minute there is darkness and he is forever lost to us. Have you the stake of wood and the hammer?
Here.
Now, Seward, pray for us. Kneel down and pray. Harker, the stake of wood over his heart. Be not afraid, Harker. Do not look into his eyes. The hammer. Now, Harker, strike. Strike!
Flesh of my flesh, guilt of my guilt, death of my death, speak and be manifest in the instant of your master's peril. Elements of darkness, rain, evil winds, mist, and mold, and tempest.
Strike!
Lovers couldn't. Somehow I can hear him speaking behind his eyes.
Claw, wing, tooth, scale, tissue of flesh, death of my death, dead and undead. The hand of the living is over your master. Console ye, my children. This instant is no longer than the space between two heartbeats. But the night is not here, and I am lonely. Come to your master, my children. Beguile him now in the instant of his peril. Beguile him with the sound of your names. Claw, wing, tooth, scale, tissue of flesh.
Strike, Harker, strike!
There is one very dear to me who has not answered. My love, Mina. There is less than a minute between me and the night. You must speak for me. You must speak with my heart.
Give them to me! Jonathan, give them to me! The stake of wood and the hammer!
I shall never forget that moment. The look on poor Mina's face as she stood there, the angry scar standing out on her throat, her eyes like living coals in the last red of the sunset. She had torn the stake and the hammer out of my hands with the strength of an enemy.
Mina, do you know what you've done, woman? You know what you've done to us? You've released him, the evil is free.
Look! The sun! As we looked down at Dracula, the eyes saw the sinking sun, and the hate in them turned to triumph.
Flesh of my flesh, come to me, my love. Come into the night and the darkness. You have served me well, my love, my bride, my...
Ladies and gentlemen, All the evidence in this case is now before you. I've added nothing. And to the best of my knowledge, I've omitted nothing that might help to throw light on the extraordinary events of the year 1891, which culminated on that terrible evening in the Borgo Pass. There remains only this one last report.
When Mina Harker seized the stake and hammer from her husband, I believe she was under some form of hypnosis. She herself remembers nothing. But whatever influence was at work on her, she must, at the last moment, have rejected it, for at the exact instant the sun disappeared, it was Mina Harker who drove the stake through the heart of the thing that called itself Dracula. At that same instant, even as we looked, the wound on the side of her throat was no more. As for Dracula, before the scream of the creature had died from our ears, the whole body crumbled into dust and passed from our sight. In the final moment of dissolution, there was in the face a look of peace, such as I never could have imagined might have rested there.
Tonight's production of Dracula by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre was the first of 9 CBS broadcasts in which this brilliant group will bring to life a series of great narratives, all presented in the immediacy of the first-person singular. In presenting them each Monday evening at this time during the summer season, the Columbia Network is bringing a complete theatrical producing company to the air for the first time. In the cast tonight, Dr. Van Helsing was played by Martin Gable, Jonathan Harker by George Coulouris, Dr. Seward by Orson Welles, the Russian Captain by Ray Collins, the Mate by Carl Swenson, Mina Harker by Agnes Moorehead, Lucy Westenra by Elizabeth Farrer, and Count Dracula by Orson Welles. Bernard Herrmann composed the original music and conducted. Dan Seymour speaking. Davidson Taylor supervised the production for the Columbia Network.
And that was the very first episode from the Mercury Theatre on the Air radio series titled Dracula from July 11th, 1938. Some interesting facts about this particular broadcast. Dracula was originally not scheduled to be the very first episode. It was actually going to be an adaptation of Treasure Island. Orson Welles and his producer John Houseman worked for 17 hours straight at a 24-hour New York eatery, putting the finishing touches on an adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula. 3 days later, the show was broadcast as the premiere installment. And if you're familiar with the book, this broadcast left out a lot of details. The novel was heavily condensed, and this adaptation kind of focused on the most iconic moments from the novel. And since Dracula was already in the public domain by 1938, Welles and his team didn't need to pay any royalties to adapt the work. This made it a practical choice for the radio series, which operated on a tight budget. And one thing to keep in mind, for many in the 1930s, this radio adaptation was one of their first experiences with the Dracula story. There wasn't really all the Dracula and vampire content that we enjoy today, and the success of Dracula set a high standard for future productions of the Mercury Theatre on the Air. Bram Stoker spent 7 years researching and writing Dracula. He studied European folklore, superstitions, historical accounts to make the novel feel authentic and atmospheric. And Dracula is not the first vampire novel. It's the most famous vampire novel, but it was not the first. The genre had earlier examples, but Dracula really kind of put the vampire out there into the mainstream, and a lot of movies and stories drew from it. Sadly, Bram Stoker died in 1912, and during his lifetime, Dracula was just moderately successful, not really the cultural phenomenon it would later become.
And now here is the director to tell you about next week's Mercury Theatre production, Mr. Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, what are your favorite stories? If there is one you're particularly fond of and would like to hear on the air, will you please write me about it? Next week, the Mercury Theatre is going to tell you Robert Louis Stevenson's exciting yarn about pirates and the sea, Treasure Island. Until then, just in case Count Dracula has left you a little apprehensive, one word of comfort. You go to bed tonight, don't worry. Put out the lights and go to sleep. It's all right. You can rest peacefully. That's just a sound effect. There. Over there in the shadow, see? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. I think it's nothing. But always remember, ladies and gentlemen, there are werewolves. There are vampires. Such things do exist.
Christian friends, take pity on a poor blind mariner as has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defense of his native country, England, and God bless King George, where or in what part of his country he may now be.
You were at the Admiral Benbow Inn, sailor.
Eh?
Black Hill Cove.
I hear a voice, a young voice. It's here where I miss me deadlights. Will you give me your hand, my kind young friend, and lead me in to the captain?
I held out my hand, and the horrible, soft-spoken, eyeless creature gripped it in a moment like a vice.
Now, boy, take me in to the captain.
Sir, upon my word, I dare not.
You heard me. Take me in straight.
Oh!
Will you take me into the captain?
Yes, sir.
Now, forward march.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles speaking. If there's anything bloodthirstier than a werewolf, it's a pirate. And the Mercury Theatre is playing safe. Now, if vampires and their ilk leave you as uncannily cold as old Dracula himself, who was staked down firmly, and it is to be hoped permanently, in his own family plot last week, then there are figures to prove that you are susceptible to buried treasure. We calculate that no decent, law-abiding citizen is immune to pirates. There are cowboys and Indians, there are gangsters and G-men, but these delights are inconstant like the short skirt. I don't care how young you are. Nothing charms, nothing ingratiates, nothing wins like a one-legged, double-barreled buccaneer with earrings, a handkerchief on his head, and a knife in his teeth. What could be more appropriate on the starboard rail of your four-masted brigantine? If you haven't a four-masted brigantine, you have Treasure Island. It's in your library because it's a great English classic, and this evening, because it's a great story, it's on your radio. That's what I mean by playing safe. Once there was a small boy who asked his stepfather, who had written a number of books, please, to write something interesting. The stepfather, seeing his point, immediately contributed a serial to something repugnant called Young Folks, a periodical circulated among that section of the English nation known as Tiny Tots, who were very prevalent in the 80s. The name of the serial was The Sea Cook by Captain George North, and if the Tiny Tots didn't think it was interesting, they should have been boiled in oil. The story was begun, the stepfather says, on a chill September morning by the cheek of a brisk fire and the rain drumming on the window. The small boy himself helped a lot, even though Captain North got the credit, and so did a third and equally incurable small boy, the author's father. They drew a map first, the chart of an island showing very queer and wonderful attractions, Spyglass Shoulder, for instance, and Skeleton Island, and the North Cache with a bar silver, and then, on that chill September morning by that brisk fire of theirs, the three plotters buried their plunder, doubloons and louis d'or, gold and silver and rich jewels and pieces of 8. That's why the story was finally called Treasure Island. It's foolish to guess who's tuned in on this broadcast, but if in some way, where we were retelling this story, hoped devoutly that he, who the Samoans laid to rest in the hills of their own faraway Treasure Island and who is still known out there only as the great teller of tales, would not wish tonight as he did, so unaccountably at first, to suppress the real name of Captain George North. The small boy, of course, should have been decorated. It's a better world because he asked for something interesting. But then he was lucky. There are millions and millions of small boys. But only one of us had Robert Louis Stevenson for a stepfather. Squire Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and the rest of the gentlemen having asked me to write down the whole particulars about Treasure Island from the beginning to the end, keeping nothing back but the bearings of the island, and that only because there is treasure not yet lifted, I take up my pen in the year of grace 1783 and go back to that time 19 years ago when my father kept the Admiral Benbow Inn and the brown old seaman with a saber cut first took up his lodging under our roof. I was 14, but I remember him as if it were yesterday.
15 men on a dead man's chest.
Mother called to me from upstairs.
Yes, Mother?
Jim, there's a man coming up the road. Go out and see what he wants.
He came plodding to the inn door, his sea chest following behind him on a hand barrow. A tall, strong, heavy, nut-brown man, his tarry pigtail falling over the shoulders of his soiled blue coat, his hands ragged and scarred with black broken nails, and the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty, livid white, singing that old sea song that he sang so often afterwards.
Oh, open up in there. Now then, boy.
Yes, sir?
What do you call this place?
The Admiral Benbow Inn, sir.
Admiral Benbow, eh? Nice, lonely-looking, pleasant-situated grog shop. Folks don't come here much, do they, boy? Not much company?
No, sir, more's pity.
No? Well, then it's the berth for me. I'm a plain man, rum and bacon, eggs, all I want, and that head up there for to watch ships off. I have a mind to stay here a bit. Here, you matey! You with the wheelbarrow! Bring up alongside, help up my chest. You two, boy, it's heavy.
Yes, sir.
Call me Captain, boy. Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Just one thing more.
Yes, Captain?
You ain't seen him, have you?
No, sir. Who do you mean?
Along the road, maybe. You might have seen him somewheres you can't tell. Let me know if you do, boy. A seafaring man.
Yes, sir.
With one leg.
Yes, sir.
Captain!
Yes, Captain.
Bring me a noggin of rum, boy.
And so he came to live under our roof. We never knew his name. We called him the Captain. He was a very silent man by custom all day. He hung around the cove or upon the cliffs with a brass telescope staring out to sea. All evening he sat in a corner of the parlor next to the fire and drank rum and water, very strong. And every day when he came back from his stroll, he would ask the same question.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
Any seafaring men go by today along the road?
No, Captain.
And Jim?
Yes, sir.
You're a good boy, Jim. You wouldn't lie to me ever, would you, Jim?
No, sir.
You haven't seen him, have you, Jim? Jim, there's a silver fourpenny for you on the first of every month, if you'll keep your weather eye open for a seafaring man with one leg. You let me know the moment you see him, won't you, Jim? A seafaring man with one leg.
How that personage haunted my dreams. On stormy nights when the wind shook the four corners of the house and the surf roared along the cove and up the cliffs, I could see him in 1,000 forms. Now the leg would be cut off at the knee, now at the hip. Now he was a monstrous kind of a creature who had never had but one leg, and that in the middle of his body.
You'll keep your weather eye open, won't you, Jim? For a seafaring man with one leg. A seafaring man with one leg.
Months went by. The captain bade fair to ruin us. We kept on staying week after week, month after month.
And never a penny of money, Jim. Not a penny has he paid us since the day he came here. And me a poor widow woman.
Mother, why don't you ask him for some?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, Jim. I'm afraid to ask him. I'm afraid of the man. Now if your father was...
In all that time, none of us ever saw him open the great sea chest that was in his room. There were nights when he took a deal more rum and water than his head could carry. Often I heard the house shaking and all the neighbors joining in for dear life.
Drink and the devil had done. Quiet, amidships! Quiet!
And he would force them all to listen to his stories. Dreadful stories they were. about hanging and walking the plank and storms at sea and the dry Tortugas and wild deeds in places on the Spanish Main. By his own account, he must have lived his life among some of the wickedest men that God ever allowed upon the sea. The captain had been living with us almost a year when there occurred the first of the mysterious events that rid us at last of his presence. It was one January morning, very early, a pinching, frosty morning. The captain had risen earlier than usual and set down the beach with his telescope under his arm. My mother was upstairs and I was lying at the breakfast table against the captain's return when the parlor door opened and a stranger stepped in.
Sonny, come here, Sonny. Is this table for my mate Bill?
I don't know you, mate Bill. I'm laying this for a man who stays in the house. We call him the captain.
Well, my mate Bill would be called the captain like as not. Now, we'll put it for argument like that your captain's got a cut on one cheek. And we'll put it, if you like, that cheek's the right one, eh? Well, God save me, there he is now. There's my mate Bill. That's him with a spyglass under his arm. Bless his old heart, to be sure. You and me'll just get back behind the door, Sonny, and we'll give Bill a little surprise, we will. Bless his heart, I says again.
Or a dead man's chest. Yo.
Hello, Bill. Come, Bill. You knows me. You knows an old shipmate, Bill, surely. Black dog as ever was. Bill, we've seen a sight of times, us two.
So you run me down. Here I am, we'll speak up, what is it?
That's you, Bill. You're in the right of it, Billy. I'll have a glass of rum from this dear child here, what I've took such a liking to. And we'll sit down, if you please, and talk square like old shipmates. Sit down, Bill. And you, Sonny, get out.
Yes, sir.
And none of your keyholes on me, do you hear?
For a while, I could hear nothing but a low gabbing. Suddenly, the voices began to grow higher.
No, and an end on it. If it comes to swinging, swing all, say aye!
I saw Black Dog streaming blood run off down the road. Presently, the captain returned, alone.
Jim, give me some rum.
Captain, are you hurt?
I must get away from here. Get away, that's what. I must get away from here.
What's happened, Jim? What's happened?
It's the captain, Mother.
The captain? Oh, dearie me, what a disgrace. I've been afraid of something like this ever since he came into the house with that old chest of his.
I got the rum and tried to put it down his throat, but his teeth were tightly shut and his jaws were as strong as iron. An hour later, our friend Dr. Livesey came.
Doctor, what shall we do?
Where is he wounded, Doctor?
Wounded? A fiddlestick's end. No more wounded than you or I. The man's had a stroke. Where's Black Dog? Black Dog? There is no black dog except what you have on your own back. You've been drinking rum, man, and you've had a stroke. Now, listen to me. One glass of rum a day won't kill you. But if you take one, you'll take another and another, and then you'll die. Die and go to your own place like the man in the Bible, and the world will be rid of a very dirty scoundrel. Do you understand that? The name of rum for you is death.
About noon the next day, I stopped at the captain's door with some medicines.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Come in, Jim. Come in.
He was lying very much as we'd left him.
Jim, you're the only one here that's worth anything. You know I always been good to you. Never a month but I've given you a silver fourpenny for yourself. Now you see, mate, I'm pretty low and deserted by all. Jim, you'll bring me a noggin of rum, won't you, matey?
But the doctor...
Doctors is all swabs! Don't have a drain of rum, Jim. I'll have the horrors. I've seen some of them already. I've seen old Flint in the corner there behind you, as plain as print. I've seen him. Jim, I'll give you a golden guinea for a knocking.
When I brought it to him, he seized it greedily and drank it out.
That's some better, sure enough. Now, matey, did that doctor say how long I was to lie here in this old berth?
Why, a week at least.
Oh, thunder, a week! I can't do that. They'll have the black spot on me by then. The lovers is going about getting the wind of me this blessed moment. Lovers is couldn't keep what they got and want to nail what's another's. It's in my old sea chest, Jim. The thing they're after. They'll tip me the black spot, I know it. I was first mate, I was. Old Flint's first mate. And I'm the only one as knows the place he buried it. He gave it me at Savannah when he lay a-dying.
What's the black spot, Captain?
A summons from old Flint's crew. A summons. And them as gets it, Jim, is lucky when they're dead.
So, a week went by. And then, about 3 o'clock of a bitter, foggy, frosty afternoon, I saw someone drawing slowly near along the road. He was plainly blind, for he tapped before him with a stick, and he wore a great green shade over his eyes and nose, and he was hunched as if with age or weakness, and wore a huge old tattered sea cloak with a hood.
Kind Christian friends, take pity on a poor blind mariner as has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defence of his native country, England, and God bless King George, where or in what part of this country he may now be.
You were at the Admiral Benbow Inn, sailor.
Eh?
Black Hill Cove.
I hear a voice, a young voice. It's here where I miss me delights. Will you give me your hand, my kind young friend, and lead me into the captain?
I held out my hand, and the horrible, soft-spoken, eyeless creature gripped it in a moment like a vice.
Now, boy, take me into the captain.
Sir, upon my word, I dare not.
You heard me. Take me in straight.
Oh!
Will you take me into the captain?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when I'm in view, say to him, he's a friend for you, Bill Bones. If you don't, I'll twist your arm right out of your body. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Stash your patter, damn you. Now, forward march.
Here's a friend for you, Bill Bones.
Now, Bill, sit where you are. Business is business. Hold out your left hand, Bill. Boy, take his left hand by the wrist and bring it near to my right. Here's a little bit of paper for you, Bill Bones. Now that's done, I'll be going. Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
What time is it, Jim?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 6 hours. We'll daddle 'em yet, Pew and Black Dog and Long John Silver. The whole crew of 'em we're...
Captain. Captain. Captain! Captain!
The captain was dead. And there we were, my mother and I, a woman and a boy of 14, alone at night in the house with the dead captain's body on the parlor floor.
You know this money he does. A whole year, never a penny from him. And me a poor widow.
But, Mother, if Black Dog comes back or the blind man...
Black Dog fiddlesticks. There's something in that old chest of his upstairs that's rightfully mine. And we'll have that chest open if we die for it.
Mother.
Close the blinds, Jim. We don't want anybody watching it from the outside. We have to get the key off.
Look, Mother. Look.
On the floor, close to the dead man's hand, there was a little round of paper, blackened on one side.
The black spot.
I took it up and found...
You have till 10 tonight. 4 hours.
Now, Jim, find that key.
I felt in his pockets one after another.
Perhaps it's round his neck. Tear open his shirt.
There, sure enough, hanging on a bit of tarry string, we found the key. Then my mother got a candle in the bar, and holding each other's hands, we went upstairs to his room.
Give me the key, Jim. Now then. Oh, nothing in here. Not a thing of value, not a penny.
Mother, look.
There, before us, lay the last things in the chest, a bundle tied up in oilcloth looking like papers, and a canvas bag that gave forth at a touch the jingle of gold.
You see, Jim? I knew we'd find it. But I'll show these rogues that I'm an honest woman. I'll have me doing not a farthing over. Here, Jim, hold this bag.
Coins were of all countries and sizes, doubloons and louis d'or, and guineas and pieces of 8.
Mother.
What is it, Jim?
Mother, listen. Come, Mother. Mother, take the hold and let's be gone.
No, I'll have me do, Jim, and no more.
But, Mother, you heard him. That was the blind man.
I know what I'm doing. I know, right?
But, Mother, you don't know.
Oh, dear. I'll take what I have.
And I'll take these papers. Quick, Mother, quick. Take my hand.
Next moment, we had opened the door and were in full retreat toward the village.
Look, Jim. Over the hill. There they come.
Run, Mother, run.
Oh, Jim. Jim, I'm going to faint. Oh, Jim. Take the money and go on.
Mother.
Oh.
Mother.
She had fainted. I managed somehow to drag her down the bank into the shadow of the ditch. A moment later, the house was surrounded.
Bones! Bones! Bill Bones! Will you answer me? Down with the door, then! In, you lovers! Loot the house and find it! Bill's dead! What you? Bill's dead! Search him, you shirking lovers, and the rest of you locked and get the chest!
It was a good thing my mother had fainted, or she would have had to watch with me while our poor house was pulled apart and smashed. Whatever it was they were after, they did not find it.
Well, is it there? The money there!
Jim, what is it, Jim? What are they after?
The map, Mother. Flint's map.
Thank you! That's the signal! Tell him that! Hold on, you sneaks! It's in the house, you know it is! Shiver my soul if I had my eye! The signal, Pew! The signal! You dogs! You had your hand on hundreds, on thousands! Are you giving up now? You'd be as rich as kings if you could find it, and you know it's there, and you stand there skulking. There wasn't one of you dead-faced, Bill, and I did it. A blind man, and I'm to lose my chance for you. I'm to be a poor crawling beggar sponging for rum when I might be rolling in a couch. If you had the pluck of a weevil in a sea biscuit among the lot of you. That's the last signal. Get him! Get him in there! Duck! Black dog! Johnny! Duck! You won't leave old Pew, mates. Not old Pew. Johnny! Black dog! Don't leave old Pew. Not old Pew, not old dog. Pew, mate. I'll be back.
When they picked him up where he lay on the road on his side, Pew was stone dead. The horsemen, as it turned out, were revenue officers who had some news of a strange lugger in Kit's Hole and had set forth that night in our direction. They took my mother to a neighbor's house.
So, Hawkins, they got the money, you say? Well, what in fortune were they after? More money, I suppose?
No, Sergeant. Not money, I think. In fact, sir, I believe I have the thing in my breast pocket. And to tell you the truth, I should like to put it in safety.
To be sure, boy, quite right. I'll take it.
I thought perhaps Dr. Livesey...
Well, yes, Dr. Livesey. Perfectly right, perfectly right. A gentleman and a magistrate. Dogger!
Yes, sir.
You have a good horse. Take this line up behind you.
Yes, sir.
We rode hard all the way till we came to Dr. Livesey's door.
Dr. Livesey, the doctor's supping tonight at the Squire's. The Squire's? So there we go, boy!
We'd arrived at the Squire's. He wrote to meet us very stately and condescending.
Come in, gentlemen.
Good evening, Squire. Good evening, Dr. Livesey.
Good evening to you, friend Jim. What good wind brings you here?
Then the officer stood up straight and stiff and told his story.
Sergeant, you're a very noble fellow. This lad Hawkins is a tramp, I perceive. Hawkins, ring that bell. Sergeant must have some ale.
And so, Jim, you have the thing that they were after, have you?
Here it is, sir.
You've heard of this Captain Flint, I suppose, Squire?
Heard of him? Heard of him, you say? He was the bloodthirstiest buccaneer that sailed. Blackbeard was a child to Flint. The Spaniards were so prodigiously afraid of him that I tell you, sir, I was sometimes proud he was an Englishman.
What interests me is, had he money?
Money! One of those villains after but money.
That we shall soon know. What I want to know is this. Suppose I have here in my pocket some clue to where Flint buried his treasure. Will that treasure amount to much?
Amount, sir? It will amount to this. If we have the clue you talk about, I fit out a ship in Bristol dock and take you and Hawkins here along, and I'll have that treasure if I search a year, sir.
Very well. Now, if Jim is agreeable, we'll open the packet. A map of an island with latitude and longitude and writing. Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point at the north of northeast. Skeleton Island, southeast by east, 10 feet. Sabar Silver is in the north cap.
Livesey, you'll give up this wretched practice at once. Tomorrow, I start for Bristol. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 10 days, we'll have the best ship, sir, and the choicest crew in England. Hawkins shall come as cabin boy, you Livesey as ship's doctor, I am admiral.
I'll go with you, Squire, so will Jim, and be a credit to the undertaking. There's only one man I'm afraid of.
Who's that? Name the dog, sir.
You, sir, for you cannot hold your tongue.
In a few moments, we shall be bound for Treasure Island with Dr. Livesey, Squire Trelawney, and Jim Hawkins. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, the Columbia Network is bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air in Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island. As Jim Hawkins was telling us, we are eager to leave the Benbow Inn behind and set out for the docks in Bristol.
It was longer than the squire imagined ere we were ready for the sea. Weeks passed on. Then, one fine day, there came a letter from the squire, from Bristol.
Here lives it. The ship is fought and fitted. It lies at anchor ready for sea. It was the crew that delayed me, till the most remarkable stroke of fortune brought me the very man that I required. I was standing on the dock, when by the merest accident I fell in talk with him. He had hobbled down there that morning with a parrot on his shoulder, to get a smell of salt, he said. Out of pure pity, I engaged him on the spot to be ship's cook. Long John Silver, he is called, and has lost an egg. Well, sir, I thought I'd only found a cook, but it was a crew I'd discovered. Between Silver and myself, we got together in a few days a company of the toughest old salts imaginable. I declare we could fight a frigate. Seaman ho! Hang the treasure! It's the glory of the sea that has turned my head.
On the 16th of April, the schooner Hispaniola set sail from Bristol Harbor. It was more than 19 years ago, but I can remember it as if it were yesterday.
Me in my new blue cabin boy's clothes.
19 years ago.
Leaning over the rail, waving goodbye to my mother, and doing my best not to cry. For at the last moment, it sort of hurt to leave her, and it was the first time I had been away from home. Then, a little before noon, Captain Smollett gave an order. The boatswain sounded his pipe, and the crew began to man the capstan bar. Soon, the anchor was short up. Soon it was hanging dripping at the bars. Soon the sail began to draw, and the land and shipping to flit by on either side. The Hispaniola had begun her voyage to the Isle of Treasure. On the second day out, I made the acquaintance of our one-legged ship's cook, Long John Silver.
Hey there, boy. Come in. Come on into Long John's galley.
To tell you the truth, at the very first mention of Long John Silver in the squire's letter, I had taken a fear in my mind that this might be the very one-legged sailor that I had watched for all those months at the Benbow Inn. But one look at him was enough. I had seen Captain Bones and Black Dog and Blind Pew, and I knew what a buccaneer looked like. Very different from this clean and pleasant-looking sea cook. His left leg was cut off close to the hip, and under the left shoulder he carried a crutch, which he managed wonderfully, hopping about on it like a bird.
Piece of the bait! Piece of the bait! Piece of the bait!
Are you Mr. Silver, sir?
Yes, me lad, such is me name to be sure. And you're Hawkins, eh? Nobody more welcome than yourself, me lad, in old John's galley. Sit down, hear the news. Your first trip to sea, Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's a lot of things you're going to learn before this here voyage is over. What do you think, Hawkins? And if there's anything you want to know, Hawkins, you just come to old John Silver and ask him, see? He'll tell you.
His galley was as clean as a new pin. The dishes hanging up burnished, and his parrot in a cage in one corner.
Yes, Captain Flint. I call my parrot Captain Flint. Yeah, the parrot after the famous buccaneer. Yes, Captain Flint, predicting success to our voyage. Wasn't you, Captain? Yeah, she's a powerful old bird, is Captain Flint. 200 years old if she's a day, and if anybody's seen more wickedness, it must be the devil himself. She sailed with England, the great Captain England, the pirate, on the old Walrus, Flint's old ship. I've seen her muck with the red blood and fit to sink with gold. She's been at Madagascar and at Malabar and Suriname and Providence and Portobello. To look at her, you'd think she was a baby, Hawkins, but you smell powder, haven't you, Captain?
Stand by to go by.
And blood, eh, Captain?
Order amidship. Animal hands.
And pieces of eight, eh, Captain?
Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight.
At the end of the third week, we left Madeira behind us. The ship proved to be a good ship. The crew seemed to be capable seamen. There was only one man aboard who was not satisfied, and that was the ship's master, Captain Smollett.
I'll speak plain. I don't like it. I don't like this cruise. I don't like the men. I don't like me officers. That's short and sweet.
But nobody paid much attention to him. Every man on board seemed well content. Double grog was served on the least excuse. There was duff on odd days, and always a barrel of apples standing broached in the waist, for anyone to help himself that had a fancy.
Never knew good come of it yet. Spoil folks' lands, make devils. That's my belief. We're not home again yet.
But good did come of that apple barrel. It was about the last day of our outward voyage. Sometime that night, or at latest before noon of the morrow, we should sight the Treasure Island. Just after sundown, when all my work was over, I thought I should like an apple. I ran on deck. The watch was all forward, looking out for the island. I got into the apple barrel. Suddenly, I heard voices on deck.
Look here, Barbecue. How long are we going to stand off and on like a blessed bumboat? Why thunder I want to go into that cabin, I do. I want their pickles and wine and that.
How long? By the powers, the last moment I can manage, and that's how long. How many tall ships, think you, have I seen laid aboard? And how many brisk lads drying in the sun at Execution's dock? And all for this same hurry, and hurry, and hurry. He's a first-rate seaman, Captain Smollett. Sailed for the blessed ship for us.
We're all seamen aboard here, I should
All
think.
forecastle hands, you mean? I know the sort you are. You're never happy till you're drunk.
It's your long, John.
I don't know what this treasure is, do I? No more to use as you, and here's this squire and doctor with a map and such. Well, then I mean this squire and doctor shall find the treasure for us and help us to get it aboard, by the powers. After that...
After that, what do we do with them, John Silver, after that?
Well, what would you think we does with them? Put them ashore like maroons? Or cut them down like that much pork? Duty is duty, mates. Wait. Wait is what I says. When the time comes, why, let her rip.
Land ho! What's that? What's that? Land
Away to the southwest of us, we saw it. Treasure Island. 10 minutes later, we were gathered in the cabin. The squire, Dr. Livesey, the captain, and myself.
Now, Hawkins, you have something to say. Speak up.
I did as I was bid. I told them the whole story of Silver's conversation. When that was done, all three, one after another, and each with a bow, drank my good health. Then the squire rose.
Captain Smollett, you were right and I was wrong. I own myself an ass. I await your orders, sir.
Silver is a remarkable man.
Here's the way I see it. We must go on because we can't turn back. And what I propose is that we don't wait for them to surprise us, but that we come to blows at our own time and when they least expect it. There must be some faithful hands left. Well, we must find out who they are.
Jim here can help us more than anyone. The men are not shy with him, and Jim is a noticing lad.
Hawkins, I put prodigious faith in you.
In the meantime, talk as we please, there were only 7 out of 26 on whom we knew we could rely. And of these 7, I was a boy, so that the grown men on our side were 6 to their 19. Next morning, there was not a breath of air moving, nor a sound, but that of the surf booming half a mile away along the beaches. A peculiar stagnant smell hung over the anchorage. The heat was sweltering, and the men grumbled fiercely over their work. Mutiny, it was plain, hung over us like a thundercloud. Around noon, Captain Smollett came up on deck.
Hey, lads! We're not damn with all fire not a sort. Quick turn ashore and let nobody, so you can take the gig. And as many as please may go ashore for the afternoon.
Hey, wait a bit, Ben. What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
John Silver suspected a trick. He hopped around the deck on his one leg.
Ben, what's the hurry? Wait a bit, will you, men?
Soon the party was organized. 6 fellows were to stay on board, and 13, including Silver, began to embark. Suddenly, I had a mad notion to go ashore too. In a jiffy, I had slipped over the side and curled up in the foresheets of the nearest boat. No one took notice of me. The crews raced for the beach. No sooner had we touched shore than I leaped out and plunged into the nearest thicket. Behind me, I could hear John Silver's voice.
Hey, Jim! Jim, my boy! Hey, Jim! Jim! Jim!
Jim!
John Silver was quick at his work. 2 faithful members of the crew were murdered on the island that afternoon. Only an hour after we landed, the second killing I saw with my own eyes. From where I lay hidden among the trees.
Will you tell me you let yourself be led away with that kind of a mess of swabs?
As sure as God sees me, I'd sooner lose me hand than turn to get me due.
Mate, it's because I think's gold dust of you. Gold dust.
John Silver, you're mate of mine no more. If I die like a dog, I'll die in me duty. You've killed Alan, have you? Kill me too if you can. But I defy you.
He started to walk away.
Try this then.
Long John whipped the crutch out of his armpit and sent it hurtling through the air. It struck him in the back and killed him. Then Silver brought out a whistle. I didn't wait. I ran. I ran as I never ran before.
Daddy McGraw!
I looked up the side of a hill. Far above me, I saw something leap behind the trunk of a tree. It seemed dark and shaggy. I turned and began to run. Suddenly, the thing appeared in front of me, and running forward, threw itself on its knees before me, and held out its clasped hands in supplication. Who are you?
I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. I haven't spoke with Christian these 3 years.
3 years? Were you shipwrecked?
No, mate, marooned. 3 years. Lived on goats since then and berries and oysters. Mate, my heart is sore for Christian diet. You mightn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now? No? Well, many's a night I've dreamed of cheese, toasted mostly, and woke up again and here I was. What'd you call yourself, mate? Jim. Well, now, Jim, you wouldn't think I was rich to look at me, would you now?
I know not in particular.
Oh, well, but I am, Jim. I'm rich, powerful rich. Oh, Jim, you'll bless your stars, you will. You was the first that found me. Woo!
Suddenly his eye fell on the Hispaniola lying far below it. Between it and the land was the jolly boat, with 5 men moving toward shore. But I could not tell if they were our men or the mutineers.
Jim, tell me true. That ain't Flint's ship.
It's not Flint's ship, and Flint is dead. There are some of Flint's hands aboard, worse luck to the rest of us.
Not a man with 1 leg.
Silver?
Whoa! If you were sent by Long John... Oh! I'm as good as pork, I know it. I was in Flint's ship with John Silver when old Flint buried the treasure. He and 6 along, 6 strong seamen. They was ashore nigh on a week. And then one day here come Flint by himself in a little boat, and the 6 all dead. Dead and buried along with the treasure. How he done it, not a man of us could make out.
I told him the purpose of our voyage, and the predicament in which we now found ourselves.
Oh, that Long John, he's a bad un. And you're all in a clove hitch, ain't you? Well, you just put your trust in Ben Gunn. Ben Gunn's the man to help you. You tell that to your squire, Jim. Ben Gunn's the man, that's what you'll say. And Ben Gunn says you has ideas of his own. Ah! Look at that.
Far below us, we saw a Union Jack fluttering in the air above the wood.
There's your friend, sure enough.
More likely it's a mutineer.
No, mate, Silver'd fly the Jolly Roger. That's your friend, sure enough, ashore in the old stockade made years and years ago by Flint. Whoa! What's that?
That's the ship's cannon. They're shooting at the stockade. Come on.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait. Ben Gunn is fly. Rum wouldn't bring me down there. But remember, Jim, Ben Gunn's the man to help you. And when Ben Gunn is wanted, you knows where to find him. Just where you found him today.
I started to run toward the flag.
Hey, Jim! Jim!
Yes, sir?
Yeah, you won't forget that piece of cheese, will you, mate?
It was less than a mile to the stockade. It was heavy running through the wood. The shooting getting louder. Suddenly before me I saw a clearing, with smoke of muskets fired nearby. Hey there!
Who goes there?
Hey! Don't shoot, it's me!
Who's me?
Me! Jim Hawkins!
It's Jim!
A moment later, I was over the stockade among my friends, and soon afterwards the firing ceased. The mutineers were saving their powder. The stockade was a good place, with a paling 6 feet high all around it. We could have held it against the regiment. And here Captain Smollett decided to stay and await our enemy's next move. I told Dr. Livesey and the squire about Ben Gunn.
Hey! Flag a truce! Flag a truce!
Who's that?
It's Silver.
Keep indoors, men. 10 to 1, this is a trick. Who goes? Stand or we fire!
Flag a truce!
Doctors, watch on the lookout. Dr. Livesey, take the north side if you please. Yes. Jim, the east. Gray, west. The watch below, all hands to load muskets. Lively men, and careful. What do you want with your flag of truce?
Captain Silver, sir! Come to my terms! Captain Silver? Why, you black-hearted scoundrel!
Silence, sir! Silence. If you wish to talk to me, you can come, and that's all. If there's any treachery, it'll be on your side, and the Lord help you.
That's enough, Captain. A word from you's enough. I know a gentleman, and you may lay to that.
You'd better sit down.
You ain't gonna let me inside, Captain? It's a main cold morning, to be sure, sir, to sit outside upon the sand. Oh, there's Jim. Top of the morning to you, Jim. Why, there you're all together like a happy family in a manner of speaking.
If you've anything to say, my man, better say it.
Right you were, Captain Smollett. Duty is duty, to be sure. Well, here it is. We want that treasure. We'll have it. That's our point. You just soon save your lives, I reckon, and that's yours. You have a chart, haven't you?
That's as may be.
Oh, well, you have. I know that. What I mean is, we want your chart. You give us the chart to get the treasure by, and I'll give you my affidavit upon my word of honor to clap you somewhere safe ashore.
Is that all you have to say?
Every last word, by thunder. Refuse that, and you've seen the last of me but musket balls.
Very good. Now you'll hear me. If you'll come up one by one, unarmed, I'll engage to clap you all in irons and take you home to a fair trial in England. If you won't, as my name's Alexander Smollett, I've flown Miss Sovereign's colours, and I'll see you all to Davy Jones. You can't find the treasure. You can't sail the ship. And you can't fight us. I stand here and tell you so. And they're the last good words you'll get from me. Now,
Tramp, me lad. Laugh. Laugh, by thunder, laugh. For an hour doubt, you'll laugh on the other side. And then the die will be the lucky ones.
Ten minutes later, nothing remained of the attacking party but the 5 who had fallen. 4 on the inside and 1 on the outside of the palisade. The mutineers did not come back that night. They had got their rations, as the captain put it. The next day was stifling hot. After dinner, Dr. Livesey sent for me.
Jim, was it cheese you said Ben Gunn had a fancy for?
Yes, sir, cheese.
Well, Jim, just see the good that comes of being dainty in your food. You've seen my snuff box, haven't you? And you never saw me take snuff. The reason being that in my snuff box I carry a piece of Parmesan cheese. A cheese made in Italy, very nutritious. Well, that's for Ben Gunn. Oh, goodbye, my lad.
Then he took up his hat and pistols, girt on his cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and set off briskly through the trees. That afternoon, the blockhouse being stifling hot, and the little patch of sand inside the palisade ablaze with midday sun, and so much blood about me, and so many poor dead bodies lying around, a new idea came into my head. This was to swim out under cover of the night, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her go ashore where she fancied. The mutineers, after their repulse of the morning, had nothing nearer their hearts than to up anchor and away to sea. This, I thought, would be a fine thing to prevent. It was evening when I reached the east coast of the island. I could see the Hispaniola lying at anchor offshore. And there was the Jolly Roger, the black flag of piracy, flying from her peak. As the last rays of daylight dwindled and disappeared, absolute darkness settled down on Treasure Island. The next night, I was back on land. I was proud of myself, and with good reason. I had grounded the Hispaniola, beached her up tidily in the North Inlet with no harm done, safe from the mutineers. I had no trouble finding the stockade. Coming in from the shore, keeping close in shadow where the darkness was thickest, I crept into the blockhouse. I could see nothing. The doctor and the squire must have worried about me. I should lie down in my own place, I thought, and enjoy their faces when they found me in the morning. I felt for a place to lie down.
Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight!
Now go!
Pieces of eight!
Now go! Bring a torch, Dick.
Well, shiver my timbers. Jim Hawkins. Dropped in like, eh? Quite a pleasant surprise for poor old John. I've always liked you, I have, Jim, for a lad of spirit. I picked out my own self when I was young and handsome. Always wanted you to join my camp and take your share and die a gentleman, and now, my cock, you've got to. You can't go back to your own lot.
Where are they?
Now, where do you think, my son?
Have you killed them?
What do you think?
Well, I'm not such a fool, but I know pretty well what I have to look for. But there's a thing or two I have to tell you, and the first is this. Here you are in a bad way. Ship lost, treasure lost, men lost. And if you want to know who did it, it was I. I was in the apple barrel the night we sighted land, and I heard you, John, and you, Dick Johnson, and Hans, who is now at the bottom of the sea, and told every word you said before the hour was out. And as for the schooner, it was I who cut her cable. And it was I who brought her where you'll never see her more, not one of you. I no more fear you than I fear a fly.
I'll put one to that, and here goes, you sneaking son of a scrub. So would I. Come on, there!
Who are you, Tom Morgan? Maybe you thought you was captains here, perhaps.
Arms right, kill the boy.
Did any of you gentlemen want to have it out with me? Him that wants it shall get it. You won't fight, then by thunder you'll obey. You may lay to it. I like that boy now. Never seen a better boy than that. He's more a man than any pararati in this here house. What I say is this, let me see him that'll lay a hand on him, that's what I say. And you may lay to it. Seem to have a lot to say. Pipe up and let me hear it, or lay to.
John.
What?
We got something for you, Jordan.
Step up, I won't bite you. Hand it over, lubber. The black spot. I thought so. What's on it? Deposed. Deposed, that's it, is it? Very pretty wrote, to be sure. Like print, I swear. But it ain't one bit prettier wrote than this.
What's that?
And what does it look like, lads? A chart, that's what it is, a chart. A chart of this island, old Flint's chart. Now, what do you say to that?
Yes, that's Lynch, sure enough. That's it. Say, and a clovitch to it. So he done ever.
Silver's the man. Silver. John Silver, thou Captain Leg. Barbecue forever. Barbecue for Captain. John Silver, the Captain.
That was the end of the night's business. Only much later, I woke up suddenly and felt someone beside me.
Jim. Jim, my boy.
Yes, Long John?
I saved your life here tonight, Jim. Now, you and me stick close, Jim, back to back like in case of trouble. And talking of trouble, Jim, why did those friends of yours leave that chart behind when they cleared out of here? They did, though. I came in here this morning and found the place empty and the chart lying there on the table where I couldn't miss it. And there's something under that. Something under that. Good or bad.
The next morning, we set out after the treasure.
Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north or northeast. Skeleton Island, east, southeast, and by east, 10 east.
Hey, over there! Come quick!
At the foot of a pine, half covered with green creeper, a human skeleton lay on the ground.
A skeleton, by God!
It lay perfectly straight, the feet pointing in one direction, the hands raised above its head like a diver's, pointing directly in the opposite.
It ain't natural. It ain't natural, but you know, lads, I've a notion in my old numbskull. Now, Here's the compass. There's the tip-top point of Skeleton Island sticking out like a tooth. Just take a bearing, will you, along the line of them bones?
East, southeast, and by east.
I thought so. There's the pointer. Right up there's our line for the Pole Star and the Jolly Dollars. This is one of Flint's jokes, and no mistake. Him and these 6 was alone here. Alone, he killed 'em. Every man. And this one he hauled up here and laid down by the compass, yes. 6 they were, and 6 we are. And Bones is what they are now.
I saw him dead, old Flint. There he laid with penny pieces on his eyes.
Dead, aye, sure enough he's dead. But if ever spirit walked, it'd be Flint's. Dear heart, but he died bad, did Flint.
Oh, that he did.
May not it were. And the windy was open, and I hear that old song of his coming out clear as hell. And the death all on a man already.
Listen. Do you hear what I hear?
That's Flint, begad.
Old Flint. Oh, Lord. It was his last words. Old Flint's last words about board. Oh, Lord, have mercy on me.
Shipmates! Shipmates! There's £750,000 not a quarter of a mile from here. When did a gentleman of fortune show his star to that much dollars for a boozy old seaman with a blue mug? And him dead, too?
Hello there, John. Don't you cross a spirit.
Spirit? Well, maybe. You know whose voice that was? It was like a somebody else's. It was like a... By the powers! Ben Gunn!
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. So it were.
Ben Gunn it were.
Why, nobody minds Ben Gunn. Dead or alive, nobody minds it.
Spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north-east Skeleton Island, southeast and by east, 10 feet.
Hey, mate, here's the tall tree!
The first of the tall trees was reached, and by bearing proved the wrong one. So did the second. So the third.
Here it is! Aye! Long John! Mary! Here it is!
Before us was a great excavation. In this was the shaft of a pick broken in two, and the boards of several packing cases strewn around, all branded with the name Walrus, the name of Flint's ship. The treasure had been found and rifled. The £700,000 were gone. We turned and saw above us on the edge of the pit Ben Gunn, Dr. Livesey, Gray, and the squire, all with muskets. The doctor's plan had worked. The pirates had fallen into his trap.
John Silver, you're a prodigious villain and an impostor, sir. But you saved this boy's life and I'll not prosecute you. But the dead men, sir, hang about your neck like millstones.
Thank you kindly, sir.
I dare you to thank me. It's a gross dereliction of my duty. Stand back!
It took us 3 days to move the treasure from Ben Gunn's cave on board ship. On the 8th day of December, the Hispaniola reached Bristol. 5 men only of those who had sailed returned with her.
Well, that was 19 years ago. All of us had an ample share of the treasure and used it, wisely or foolishly according to our natures. Captain Smollett is now retired from the sea. As for Ben Gunn, he got £1,000, which he spent or lost in 19 days, for he was back begging on the 20th. Silver vanished on the voyage one night off the coast of Mexico, and we heard no more of him. The bar silver and the arms still lie, for all I know, where Flint buried them. and certainly they shall lie there for all of me. Oxen and wain ropes would not bring me back again to that accursed island. The worst dreams that ever I have are when I hear the surf booming about its coast or start upright in bed, with the sharp voice of Captain Flint still ringing in my ears.
Pieces of eight, 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 pieces of eight.
And that was the second episode from the Mercury Theatre on the Air radio series titled Treasure Island, which aired on Monday, July 18th, 1938. Orson Welles not only directed this radio adaptation of Treasure Island, but he also played the iconic role of Long John Silver. Orson Welles would again play Long John Silver in the film version of Treasure Island in 1972, bringing his voice and commanding screen presence to the character, emphasizing Silver's cunning yet manipulative nature. Stevenson is said to have based the character of Long John Silver on his friend, William Ernest Henley, a writer and editor who had to have a leg amputated. Henley had a larger-than-life personality, which inspired the character's mix of charm, cunning, and ruthlessness. And unlike earlier adventure stories, Treasure Island introduced characters with moral complexity. Long John Silver, in particular, is both villainous and likable, a trait that set him apart from the mere black and white characters of the time. Treasure Island has inspired countless adaptations in film, television, and stage. The novel's themes of adventure, greed, and loyalty continue to resonate in modern storytelling. It remains one of the most beloved adventure novels in literary history, shaping how we think about pirates and treasure hunts to this day.
And here is Orson Welles himself, writer, director, and star of these programs, to tell you about next week's production. Orson Welles.
First of all, I'd like you to meet Jim Hawkins, Jr. Our leading man is 14 years old. Last season, he made a really startling contribution to the stage history of Shakespeare's plays. This was during the course of some experiments with the Mercury Theatre sprinkler system. As a consequence of what must certainly have been extensive research in that field, he caused it to rain, actually to rain, and copiously to rain, where in more than 300 years it has never rained in Julius Caesar before. It rained on Brutus. It rained all over Brutus. In the Forum, I was Brutus, and I ought to know. Now, as dramatic criticism, I found this telling and even final. There's a surprise item in the funeral scene. I can assure you that the unexpected appearance on the stage of so many gallons of real water created in us all an impression that was almost overwhelming. Our popular leading man says that he did it all with a match. I don't dare think what he'll do. He's old enough to run for president. But meanwhile, no matter what happens to the plumbing, he can always work for the Mercury. As you've probably discovered, he's something more than a very gifted performer. And as I told you, he's something less than 15. His name shall not be withheld. I refer to that fine old actor, Arthur Anderson. Mr. Anderson is not new to the microphone nor the Mercury. He was prominent in Shoemaker's Holiday and in Julius Caesar as Brutus's boy Jeeves, the sleepy-eyed, silver-throated Lucius in Brass Buttons. He was at least unforgettable. As to our celebrated Mark Antony, George Coulouris, who has always somehow cleverly escaped Rainmaker Anderson, he played Captain Smollett tonight. Eustace Wyatt, late housebreaker of Heartbreak House, was the squire. Ray Collins is responsible for Ben Gunn, among other things. And that was Alfred Shirley as Blind Pew. Then you heard Stephen Fox and Agnes, guess what she played, Moorhead, and a Mercury roundup, William Allen and Richard Wilson inclusive. Jim Hawkins Sr. will bear no comment. Next week, we offer you the ominous and authentic click of the world's most famous knitting needles. Madame Lafarge's needles and Madame herself, Dr. Manette, Sidney Carton, and the entire French Revolution, same time, same station. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. Charles Dickens, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities.
Ernest Defarge? That's me. May we have a word with you? Willingly, sir. My name is Jarvis Lorry of London. This is Miss Manette. Come with me, then. I'll take you to him. It's very high, a little difficult. Better to begin slowly.
Is he always alone, then?
Yes,
His own desire?
of necessity.
He is greatly changed.
Changed? Huh. The door's locked.
Yes.
You think it necessary to keep him locked up?
I think it necessary to turn the key.
Why?
Why? But he has lived so long locked up that he'd be frightened, rave, tear himself to pieces, die. His door was left open.
Is it possible?
Is it possible? Yes, it is possible in this fine world we live in. Not only possible, but done.
Paris, 1767. I, Alexander Manette, unfortunate physician, write this melancholy paper in my doleful cell in the Bastille. Hope has quite departed from my breast. I write these words with a rusty iron point, dipped in scrapings of soot and charcoal from the chimney, mixed with blood. One cloudy night, 10 years ago, I was walking along the quay by the river.
Dr. Manette. Dr. Manette.
That is my name.
Dr. Manette, formerly of Beauvais.
I am that Dr. Manette.
Will you please to enter the carriage, Dr. Manette?
Gentlemen, pardon me, but I usually inquire who does me the honor to seek my assistance.
Doctor, your clients are people of condition enough. Will you please to enter the carriage?
They were armed and I was not. I got in silence. We left the streets behind, through the North Barrier, onto a country road, and presently stopped at a solitary house. I saw that the two men were brothers. In an upper room, I found a patient in a high fever of the brain lying on a bed. She was a woman of great beauty and young, certainly not past 20. Her hair was torn and ragged, and her arms were bound to her side.
My father, my brother. 1, 2, 3.
How long has she lasted?
It's about this hour last night.
She has a husband, a father, and a brother?
A brother.
You are not her brother?
I am not.
My brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There is another patient. You had better see. Come.
7.
In a back room on some hay on the ground lay a handsome boy of not more than 17. His wound was a sword thrust, received from 20 to 24 hours before. He was dying fast. How was this done, monsieur?
Crazed young common dog, a peasant, forced my brother to draw on him, and has fallen by my brother's sword, almost like a gentleman.
The boy's eyes moved slowly towards me.
Have you seen her, Doctor?
I have seen her.
She is my sister, Doctor. She was a good girl, married to a good young man, too. One of his tenants. We are all tenants of his. But the Marquis of Saint-Alverman saw her, and what do you think they did? He and his brother. You know, Doctor, it is among the rights of these nobles to harness us common dogs to carts and drive us. They so harnessed my sister's husband and drove him all day, and all night kept him on the grounds in the unwholesome nights, quieting the frogs so that their nobles' sleep might not be disturbed. And then back in the harness in the day. Taken out of harness one day at noon to feed, if he could find food. He sobbed 12 times, once for every stroke of the bell, and died on her bosom. And then, when her husband was dead, that man took her away. I saw her pass on the road. I tracked him here, and last night I climbed in. A common dog, but a sword in my hand. I made him draw and fight with me. Common dog though I am. Where is he?
He is not here.
Marquis of Saint-Alverman. In the days when all these things are to be answered for, I summon you and yours to the last of your bad race to answer for them. I mark this cross of blood upon you as a sign that I do it.
He put his hand to the wound in his breast, and with his forefinger drew a cross in the air. He stood for an instant with the finger yet raised, and as it dropped, he dropped with it, and I laid him down, dead.
My husband, my father, my brother.
I
1,
returned to the bedside of the girl. The sound of her voice never ceased She lingered on for a week. Then, on the 8th day...
Last year's dead?
She is dead.
I congratulate you, my brother.
5 nights later, toward 9 o'clock, a man in a black dress rang at my gate, demanded to see me, and softly followed my servant, Ernest Defarge, upstairs, into the room where I sat with my young wife.
An urgent case, Doctor. Won't detain you long. I have a coach waiting.
When I was clear of the house, a black muffler was drawn tightly over my mouth from behind, and my arms were pinioned. The 2 brothers crossed the road from a dark corner and identified me. Not a word was spoken. That coach brought me here to the Bastille. It brought me to my grave. If it had pleased God to put it in the hard heart of either of the brothers, in all these frightful years, to grant me any tidings of my dearest wife and my child, so much as to let me know by a word whether they are alive or dead, I might have thought that he had not quite abandoned them. But now I believe that the mark of the Red Cross is fatal to them, and that they have no part in his mercies. And them, and their descendants, to the last of their race, I, Alexandre Manette, unhappy prisoner, do, this last night of the year 1767, in my unbearable agony, denounce them to heaven and to earth.
The words are written in scrapings of soot mixed with blood, on scraps of crumbling paper. There they lie, hidden away in the solid stone, year after year. Now in the North Tower, cell number 105 is heard all day, a low, hammering sound. The sound of an old man making shoes in the dark. One day, after 18 years, the sound stops, and for a while, North Tower cell number 105 is empty. My name is Jarvis Lorry. Most of the characters in this history are people whom I first encountered in the course of business on behalf of Tellson's Bank, London and Paris, of which I have been for many years a partner. This is a history of events that took place in London and across the Channel in France in the terrible years immediately preceding and during the Great French Revolution. 1785, the Dover Road.
What o'clock do you make it, Joe? 10 minutes good past 11. My blood, and the Dover coach not atop a shooter's hill yet. Hey, Joe, what do you say, Tom? I see an horse and a canter coming up, Joe. I see a horse at a gallop, Tom.
Gentlemen, in the king's name, all of you.
Joe! Joe there! Stand the right fire!
Is that the Dover mail?
Never you mind what it is. What are you?
Is that the Dover mail?
Why do you want to know?
I want a passenger if it is.
What passenger?
Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Gentleman of the name of Lorry. Answer straight.
Yes, what is it? Does somebody want me?
Mr. Lorry.
What's the matter?
A dispatch sent after you from over yonder. Telson and Company.
He can come close, guard. There's nothing wrong.
I hope there ain't. Hey, you! Come in at a foot pace. Let's have the dispatch. Here it is, Mr. Lorry.
You? Guard, there's nothing to be afraid of. I belong to Tellson's Bank in London. I'm going to Paris on business. Now read this?
If so be as you're quick, sir.
Wait for Miss Manette at Dover. You see, guard, it's not long. Messenger.
Yes, sir.
Take back my answer to London. Here it is. Recalled to life.
Recalled to life? Yes, Mr. Lorry.
Good night.
Tom.
Hello, Joe.
Did you hear that message?
I did, Joe.
What did you make of it, Tom?
Nothing at all, Joe.
Well, that's a coincidence, too. Well, that's just what I made of it myself.
This way to the galley packet! This way to the galley packet! We sail with the tide, ladies and gentlemen. All aboard for Calais.
Glad to have you with us again, Mr. Lorry.
I'm expecting a young lady aboard, a Miss Manette. She may ask for Mr. Jarvis Lorry, or she may ask for a gentleman from Tellson's Bank. But when she comes, will you show her to my cabin?
Very good, sir. We sail with the tide, ladies and gentlemen. All aboard for Calais!
Miss Manette? Sit down, if you please.
Thank you.
Miss Manette, it's very difficult to begin. Miss Manette, I'm a man of business. I have a business charge to acquit myself of. The story relates to one of our customers.
The story?
Yes. One of our customers, a French gentleman, a scientific gentleman, a doctor.
A doctor?
Miss Manette, if your father had not died when he did, don't be frightened, miss. As I was saying, if Monsieur Manette had not died, if he had suddenly and silently disappeared, if he had been spirited away to some dreadful place, then the history of your father would have been the history of this unfortunate gentleman, the Doctor of Beauvais.
I entreat you to tell me more, sir.
I will, I'm going to. Can you bear it?
I can bear anything but this uncertainty.
Miss Manette, your father has been found in the house of an old servant in Paris. We're going there. He is alive. In the quarter of Saint Antoine's, in a narrow, mean street full of offense and stench, peopled by rags and nightcaps and hunger, smelling of rags and nightcaps and hunger, we found the wine shop of Dr. Manette's old servant, Ernest Defarge. His wife sat in the shop behind the counter as we came in. A stout woman wrapped in fur. She was knitting. Ernest Defarge?
That's me.
May we have a word with you?
Willingly, sir.
My name is Jarvis Lorry of London. This is Miss Manette.
Come with me, then. I'll take you to him. Very high, a little difficult. Better to begin slowly.
Is he always alone, then?
Yes,
His own desire?
of necessity.
He is greatly changed.
Changed?
The door's locked.
Yes.
You think it necessary to keep him locked up?
I think it necessary to turn the key.
Why?
Why? That he has lived so long locked up that he'd be frightened, rave, tear himself to pieces, die. His door was left open.
Is it possible?
Is it possible? Yes, it is possible in this fine world we live in. Not only possible, but done. Done, see you, under that sky there every day. Will continue being done until the last of that accursed race has perished from the face of the earth.
Quiet. Let us go in.
I'm afraid of it.
Of it? What?
I mean of him, my father. What is that sound?
Faintly, through the dark, with his back toward the door, we saw a white-haired man sitting on a low bench, stooping forward. Very busy, making shoes.
Father.
Good day, Manette.
Day.
Still hard at work, I see.
Yes. Yes, I'm working.
I want to let in a little more light here. You can bear a little more?
Well, what did you say?
You can bear a little more light?
I must bear it, if you let it in.
You have a visitor, Manette.
What did you say?
Here is a visitor. Show him the shoe you're working at. Take it, monsieur. Now tell monsieur the maker's name.
I forget what it was you asked me.
The maker's name.
Did you ask me for my name?
Yes, I did.
105 North Tower.
Is that all?
105 North Tower.
At that moment, his eyes caught the skirt of Lucy's dress. He raised them and saw her face.
What is this? You're not the jailer's daughter?
No.
Who are you? Who are you?
She sat down on the bench beside him. Her golden hair, which she wore in long curls, had been hurriedly pushed aside and fell down over her neck. Advancing his hand, little by little, he took it up and looked at it.
It is the same. How can it be? When was it? She laid her head upon my shoulder that night when I was summoned out. She had a fear of my going. Or was this? Was it you? Was it you? No, you're too young. It can't be. Can't be. You're too young, too young, too young.
Father!
Mr. Laurie, Dr. Manette is, for all reasons, best out of Paris. Best out of France.
The next morning we left for London. As we drove off, we left Monsieur and Madame Defarge standing on the doorstep looking after us. There was that same look of secret, dangerous anger in their faces that I had seen before. Madame Defarge was still knitting. The next night we were in Calais. There we boarded the packet and after a rough voyage reached England in safety. I was to be reminded of that voyage. 5 years later, a trial was held at the Old Bailey, at which I was summoned to appear, in company with Miss Lucy Manette and Dr. Alexander Manette, all three of us, as witnesses for the Crown.
His lordship the judge?
Coming now.
The treason case.
The quartering one.
He'll be drawn on an hurdle wheel, he'll be off-egged. Then he'll be taken down and sliced before his own face. Then his head will be chopped off, he'll be cut in quarters. That's the sentence.
If he's found guilty, you mean?
Oh, they'll find him guilty. Don't be afraid of that.
The prisoner was brought in. A young gentleman of about 25, well-grown and well-looking. He was very pale. For a moment his eyes turned to where we sat. Then the indictment was read.
Charles Darnay, you're a frustrated to our serene, illustrious, excellent Prince, our Lord the King, by reason of your having on divers occasions, by divers means and ways, assisted Louis the French King in his wars against our serene, illustrious, excellent Prince King George. That is to say, by coming and going between the dominions of our said serene, illustrious, excellent Prince, knows the said French Louis, and wickedly, falsely, treacherously.
Prisoner, you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
I shall now prove, my lord, to the satisfaction of yourself and this jury, that the prisoner Charles Darnay, though young in years, is old in these treasonable practices, which today claim pauper of his life. That this correspondence with our national enemy is not a correspondence of today, nor of yesterday, nor even of last year or the year before that. That as long as 5 years ago...
First witness for the Crown, Mr. Jarvis Lorry.
Jarvis Lorry? Mr. Lorry, are you a partner of Tellson's Bank?
I am.
On a certain night in November, 1775, did business occasion you to travel between Calais and Dover by the packet ship?
It did.
Mr. Lorry, look upon the prisoner. Have you seen him to your certain knowledge before?
I have.
When?
At Calais that night, the prisoner came aboard the packet and made the voyage with me.
At what hour did he come aboard?
A little after midnight.
In the dead of night, eh? Were you traveling alone, Mr. Lorry, or with any companion?
With two companions, a gentleman and a lady. They're here.
They're here!
Next witness, Miss Manette, Miss Manette.
Miss Manette, look upon the prisoner, Charles Darnay. Miss Manette, have you seen the prisoner before?
Yes, sir.
Where?
On board the packet ship just referred to, sir.
You are the young lady just referred to?
Most unhappily, I am.
Answer the questions put to you.
Miss Manette, had you any conversation with the prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Recall it.
When the gentleman came aboard...
You mean the prisoner?
Yes, my lord.
Then say the prisoner.
When the prisoner came on board...
Did he come on board alone?
No.
How many were with him?
One, a French gentleman.
Did they confer together?
Yes. They seemed angry. I thought I heard the prisoner say, "There is a curse on our house. You have brought a curse on our house."
Miss Manette, the court is not interested in what you think you overheard. What conversation did you have with the prisoner?
Soon after we started, he noticed that my father was very tired and in a very weak state of health. The prisoner was very kind and useful to my father. I hope I may not repay him by doing him harm today.
The prisoner's conversation, Miss Manette. What did the prisoner say to you?
He told me that he was traveling on business of a delicate and difficult nature, which might get people into trouble, and that he was therefore traveling under an assumed name. He said that in England, my father...
Alexander Manette! Dr. Alexander Manette! Dr. Manette! Dr. Manette, look upon the prisoner.
As the old man looked at Darnay, his face for an instant became frozen, as it were. It was a curious look, very intent, deepening into a frown of dislike and distrust, not even unmixed with fear. It passed so quickly that few could have noticed it.
Dr. Manette, have you ever seen this prisoner before?
Once when he called on us at my lodgings, some 3 years ago.
Can you identify him as your fellow passenger aboard the packet ship, or recall his conversation with your daughter?
Sir, I can do neither.
Is there any particular and special reason for your being unable to do either?
There is.
Has it been your misfortune to undergo a long imprisonment without trial in your native country, Dr. Manette?
A long imprisonment.
Were you newly released on that occasion?
They tell me so.
Have you no remembrance of the occasion?
None. My mind is a blank. From some time, I cannot even say what time, I was employed in making shoes. That was in my captivity to... Excuse me, sir, to the time when I found myself living in London with my dear daughter here. I have no remembrance, no remembrance.
Next witness! Next witness! Next witness! Next witness!
Now things began to look black for the prisoner. The prosecution held that previous to that Friday night in November 5 years ago, Charles Darnay had visited a dockyard town on the south coast of England, and there collected information which he later delivered to the French authorities in Calais. In proof of this, the star witness, who had every appearance of being himself a paid spy, now took the stand and identified Charles Darnay as having been at the precise time required in the coffee room of a hotel in that dockyard town, waiting for another person. On this point, counsel for the prisoner tried in vain to shake him.
And that is the only time you ever saw this prisoner?
Yes, Your Honor.
You never saw him before or since?
No, Your Honor. No.
Now, a curious thing happened. A gentleman who had been sitting off by himself all this time, staring up at the ceiling of the court, suddenly came to life, removed his wig, wrote a word or two on a little piece of paper, and tossed it to the prisoner's counsel, who opened it, and then looked with great attention and curiosity at the prisoner.
You say again you are quite sure that it was the prisoner?
Oh, quite sure, Your Honor.
Did you ever see anybody very like the prisoner?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Do you think there could be anybody so like the prisoner that you could be mistaken?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
But if there were, you would then admit that you might have been mistaken.
Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Look upon Mr. Sidney Carton, my learned friend there, without his wig, and then look well upon the prisoner. How say you? Are they not very like each other?
God, like as two peas in a pod. 2 peas. It ain't natural.
Gentlemen of the jury, do you find the prisoner Charles Darnay guilty or not guilty? Not guilty! Order in the court! Here now, can't you behave yourself?
The lights were nearly all out in the passages as I left the court with the prisoner Charles Darnay. There, leaning against the wall in the dark, stood Sidney Carton. There was wine on his breath.
Oh, Mr. Lorry. Men of business may speak to Mr. Darnay now.
We men of business are not...
I know. Don't be upset, Mr. Lorry. You're as good as another, I have no doubt. Better, I dare say.
Indeed, sir. I really don't know what you have to do with the matter. If you'll excuse me for saying so, I really don't know that it's any of your business, Mr. Carton.
Business? Bless you, I have no business.
It's a pity you haven't, sir.
I think so, too.
If you had, perhaps you would attend to it.
Lord love you, no. I shouldn't.
Mr. Darnay, good night. God bless you, my boy. I hope you've been this day preserved for a prosperous and happy life.
Thank you, sir. Good night. Good night, my boy.
Good night. Mr. Donny.
Yes?
Mr. Donny, this is a strange chance that throws you and me together. It must be a strange night to you, standing alone here with your counterpart on these street stones.
I hardly seem yet to belong to this world again. I feel quite faint.
Then why the devil don't you dine? Let me show you the nearest tavern to dine well at. Come on. Now, Mr. Donny, now that you've eaten, you feel that you belong to this terrestrial scheme again? It must be an immense satisfaction for you. Waiter, another bottle of wine. To me, the greatest desire I have is to forget that I belong to it. There's no good in it for me, except wine like this. Nor I for it. So we're not much alike in that particular, Mr. Donny. Indeed, I begin to think we're not much alike in any particular. You and I, except that we look alike. Now your dinner's done, why don't you call a health, Mr. Donny? Why don't you give your toast?
What health? What toast?
Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. It ought to be and must be. Swear it's there.
Well, Miss Manette, then.
Miss Manette, then. Miss Manette, that's a fair young lady to hand to a coach in the dark, Mr. Donny.
Yeah.
That's a fair young lady to be pitied by and wept for by. Huh? How's it feel? Is it worth being tried for one's life to be the object of such sympathy and compassion, Mr. Donny?
Mr. Carton, you saved my life today. I have not thanked you.
I neither want any thanks or merit any. It was nothing to do in the first place, and I don't know why I did it in the second. Mr. Donny, let me ask you a question.
Willingly.
Do you think I particularly like you?
Really, Mr. Carton, I have not asked myself the question.
Ask yourself the question now.
You have acted as if you do, but I don't think you do.
I don't think I do.
Nevertheless, there is nothing in that, I hope, Mr. Carton, to prevent my calling the reckoning and our parting without ill blood on either side.
Oh, nothing in life. Oh, you pay the whole reckoning, Mr. Donny. Then, bring me another pint of this same wine drawer and come and wake me at 10. Last word, Mr. Donny. You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
Think you know I've been drinking.
Since I must say so, yes, I know it.
Then you shall likewise know why. I am a disappointed drudge, sir. I care for no man on earth, and no man on earth cares for me.
That is very much to be regretted, Mr. Carton. You might have used your talents better.
Maybe so, Mr. Donny. Maybe so and maybe not, but don't let your sober face elate you, however. You don't know what it may come to. Good night, Mr. Donny. Drawer! Drawer! Where's that bottle of wine?
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre in Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. We pause a moment now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Network is presenting A Tale of Two Cities, and the Mercury Theatre resumes the story with Orson Welles as Dr. Manette and Sidney Carton.
Pretty patterns.
You think so?
Strange, too. It looks like many names knitted there. But that can't be.
No, that can't be.
May I ask what it's for?
Pastime?
Not for use.
That depends. I may find a use for it one day, who knows? If I do, well, I'll use it.
Madame Defarge.
Yes?
I have news that may interest you. News from England. Dr. Manette.
Yes?
I perceive you know the name.
Yes.
His daughter, Miss Manette, is going to be married in England. There is a curious thing about this marriage.
Yes?
What it comes to is this. Miss Manette, daughter of Dr. Alexander Manette, is going to marry the Marquis de Saint-Evremond. I perceive you know that name, too.
Yes.
In England, of course, he does not go under that name. He is called Mr. Charles Darnay. Mr. Charles Darnay.
Defarge.
Yes. What is it?
Is it true, do you think, what he said of Mademoiselle Manette?
If it is.
If it
If it is true. And when our day does come, I hope for her sake destiny will keep her husband out of France.
Her husband's destiny will take him where he is to go, and will lead him to the end that is to end him. That is all I know.
Madame Defarge sits there knitting names into a scarf. Noble names. Lausanne, Lamballe, Guise, Saint-Evremond. Darkness is closing around. And then comes the ringing of the church bell. She sits knitting. Another darkness is closing in when the church bells will soon be melted into thunder cannon, when the drums shall be beating to drown a wretched voice. And Madame Defarge, at the foot of a structure yet unbuilt, will sit knitting, counting dropping heads. London, 1789. Never did I see two people more united than Dr. Manette and his daughter in the weeks before Lucy's marriage to Charles Darnay.
Are you happy, my dear father?
My child, I never thought I should live to know such happiness.
An occasional visitor to their house in Soho Square was Sidney Carton. He was not improved in habits, or in looks, or in manner. His air of debauchery was as if, even more pronounced, and it seemed to me that he was behaving with even less delicacy than usual when he presented himself one afternoon, only a few days before Lucy's marriage, and asked to see Miss Manette alone. He was shown upstairs.
Miss Manette, will you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Carton.
Miss Manette, I know very well that you can have no tenderness for me. I ask for none. I'm even thankful that it cannot be.
Without it, is there nothing I can do for you, Mr. Carton?
All you can ever do for me is done. I wish you to know that in the last dream of my soul, in my degradation, I've not been so degraded, but the sight of you with your father and of this house has stirred old shadows that I thought had died out of me. A dream, all a dream that ends in nothing and leaves the sleeper where he lay down. But I wish you to know that you inspired it.
Will nothing of it remain?
No, Miss Manette. No. No, I shall never be better than I am. I'm like one who died young. All my life. Might have been. Don't be afraid. I'll never refer to this again, only in the hour of my death I shall hold sacred this one good remembrance. That my last avowal of myself was made to you, and that my name and faults and miseries were gently carried in your heart. You believe this of me, Miss Manette?
I do.
And this, too, believe. For you and for any dear to you, I would do anything. Remember sometimes. Remember that there is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you. Goodbye, Lucy. Goodbye.
Paris, 1789, July 14. In the quarter of Saint Antoine, something is happening. In the narrow, mean streets smelling of rags and nightcaps and hunger, all-night crowds have been stirring. Soon after dawn, Madame Defarge puts down her knitting.
Defarge, at last it has come.
Yes, our day has come.
Saint Antoine this morning is a vast, dusky mass of scarecrows heaving to and fro, with gleams of light above the billowy heads, where steel blades and bayonets shine in the sun. Now the mass begins to move.
Patriots and friends, we are ready. To the Bastille.
The living sea rises, wave on wave, depth on depth, overflowing the city. After 2 hours, a white flag from within the fortress. The sea rises wider and higher, over the lower drawbridge, past the massive stone outer walls, in among the 8 great towers surrender.
The prisoner! The instrumental torture! The prisoner!
The North Tower. What is the meaning of 105 North Tower? Quick. It is a cell, citizen. Show it to me. There is something hidden there that I must find. Pass this way, Citizen Defarge.
3 years go by. The King of France and the Queen of France have paid with their lives for the suffering of the people. Day after day, fresh victims are driven through the streets of Paris to feed this new monster which lives on human blood, the guillotine. And at its foot, day after day, sit the women, knitting. London, 1792. The headquarters and the great gathering place of those who fled from France in those troubled years was Tellson's Bank.
Letter for Marquis de Saint-Auban.
Here.
Vicomte de Lille. Vicomte de Lille.
Arrested at Calais. Executed.
Baron de Neuville.
Arrested. Executed.
Marquis de Saint-Evremont. Marquis de Saint-Evremont.
Here.
Mr. Darnay.
I'll take it. Charles Darnay. I didn't know that you were familiar
I'll take
with...
charge of the letter, Mr. Lorry.
You know where to deliver it?
I do. If there's any answer, I'll let you know. Monsieur, heretofore the Marquis Charles de Saint-Evremond. I have been seized and brought to Paris. The crime for which I am to lose my life is, they tell me, treason against the majesty of the people, in that I have acted against them for an emigrant. You are that emigrant. It is in vain that I tell them that even before the confiscation of emigrant property, according to your commands, I had collected no rent and forced no taxes. Their only answer is that I have acted for an emigrant. Where is that emigrant? I beg you, Monsieur heretofore the Marquis, to come to my rescue and release me. I pray you, be true to me, your poor servant.
Yes, Darnay?
I have the answer to that letter.
So soon?
It is to a prisoner in the La Force prison in Paris.
And what is the message?
Simply that he has received the letter and will come.
3 days later, a few leagues out of Calais, on the Paris road, Charles Darnay was arrested.
Citizen, I beg you to observe that I came here of my own free will, in answer to that written appeal that lies before you. Is that not my right?
Right? Immigrants have no rights. You're consigned, Evremont, to the prison of La Conciergerie.
Just heaven, under what law? For what offense?
We have new laws, aristocrat, and new offenses, since you were here.
News reached London through a secret agent of Tellson's Bank that Charles Darnay was in prison, in danger of death. 3 days later, we were in Paris. Lucy with her child and Dr. Manette. Come in.
Good evening, citizen. You know me?
I've seen you somewhere.
Perhaps at my wine shop.
I noticed standing in the door a heavily built woman, silently knitting. Madame Defarge?
Yes.
That she may be able to recognize the faces and know the persons.
It is for their safety.
Mr. Lorry.
Lucy, this man has a letter for you from Charles.
Oh, thank you. Dearest, take courage. I am well, and your father has influence around me. You cannot answer this. Kiss our child for me.
Is that his child?
Yes, madam. This is the prisoner's little child.
It is enough, my husband. I have seen them. We may go.
Oh, madame.
Yes, aristocrat.
Madame, you will be good to my husband. You will help him to see him if you can.
What is it that your husband says in that little letter? Influence, no. He says something about influence.
He says...
Perhaps it will release him.
As a wife and a mother, I implore you to have pity on me. My husband is innocent.
The wives and mothers we have been used to see have not been greatly pitied. All our lives we have seen our women suffer. Poverty, hunger, thirst, sickness, misery.
We have seen nothing else.
We have borne this a long time. Is it likely the trouble of one wife and mother would be much to us now? Goodbye, aristocrat.
Call Davrymon, call Donny! Call Davrymon, call Donny!
Prisoner, is it true that you have lived many years in England?
That is true.
Then you are an immigrant?
No, citizen judge.
Prisoner, why did you return to France when you did?
I returned to France on the written entreaty of a French citizen to save a French citizen's life. Is that the action of a guilty man? Is that criminal in the eyes of the Republic?
Dr. Manette, listen, Dr. Manette, take the stand. Dr. Manette, do you know this prisoner?
I do.
Where did you first make the prisoner's acquaintance?
In England, citizen judge, on my release from long imprisonment. This man is my first friend. For years he has lived in my house, always faithful and devoted to my daughter and myself in our exile. In all the years that I know this man, I, Dr. Manette, for 18 years, prisoner in the Bastille.
Enough! Live, Dr. Manette! Not guilty! Not guilty! Citizens! Wait! This prisoner has been denounced for a crime against the Republic. Before this prisoner is released, I demand in the name of the Republic that this denunciation be read aloud.
Why waste time?
Charles Everyman called Darnay. Suspected and denounced enemy of the Republic. Aristocrat. One of a family of tyrants. One of a race proscribed. Charles Everyman called Darnay. In right of such prescription, doomed to die.
Was the accused denounced openly or secretly?
Openly, President.
By whom?
3 voices. First, Ernest Deparge, winebender, a Senate one.
Good.
Second, Therese Deparge, his wife.
Good.
Third, Alexander Manette, physician.
President! I protest, this is a forgery and a fraud. The accused is the husband of my daughter. Who says that I denounced the husband of my child?
Citizen Manette, be still. If the Republic should demand of you the sacrifice of your child, you would have no duty but to sacrifice her. Be silent!
On the 14th of July, 1789, at the taking of the Bastille, a paper was found by citizen Ernest Deparge, concealed between 2 stones in the chimney of a cell known as 105 North Tower. The writing is the writing of Dr. Manette. I, Alexander Manette.
Let it be read!
I, Alexander Manette, unfortunate physician, write this melancholy paper in my doleful cell in the Bastille. Hope is quite departed from my heart. I know now. And friends are dependent to the last of their race. I, Alexander Manette, unhappy prisoner, do this last night of the year, 1767, in my unbearable agony, denounce to the times when all those things shall be answered for. I denounce them to heaven and earth. Death!
All day tumbrils go through the streets, feeding the guillotine, and at its foot, splashed with blood, sit the women knitting late into the night, counting dropping heads.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Lorry. Don't be alarmed. I'm quite sober.
Sidney Carton.
Now, Mr. Lorry, listen carefully to what I have to say.
But Carton...
Don't waste time asking questions. First, Mr. Lorry, here is the certificate which enables me to pass out of the city. You see, Sidney Carton, an Englishman.
Yes?
Yes. Keep it for me until tomorrow. I have arranged to see Charles Downey in prison in the morning, and I'd better not take it with me. Do you understand?
Why not?
I prefer not to do so. Now take this paper. The certificate enabling Dr. Manette and his daughter and her child at any time to pass the barrier on the frontier, you see?
Yes, but there...
You can buy the means of traveling the coast as quickly as the journey can be made. You have money. Order your horses to be ready at 2 in the afternoon. Well,
it shall be done.
Tell Lucy tonight, for the sake of her child and her father, tell her and press upon her the necessity of leaving Paris with them and with you at that hour. Tell her it was her husband's last wish. You think she'll consent?
I believe
Have
so.
all these arrangements made in the courtyard, and here, even to the taking of your own seat in the carriage, and then, the moment I come to you, take me in and drive me away. Do you understand that?
I understand that whatever happens, I am to wait for you.
You have my certificate in your hand with the rest. The instant my face is occupied, you start for England. Promise me solemnly that nothing will make you alter the course on which you now stand pledged to each other.
Nothing, Cotton.
Remember these words tomorrow. Remember them. Change the course or delay for any reason, and no life can possibly be saved. Many lives dear to us must inevitably be sacrificed.
I will remember them. I hope to do my part faithfully.
Yes, yes. And I hope to do mine.
In the black prison of the conciergerie, the doomed of the day await their fate. They are 52. Even before their cells are quit of them, new occupants have been appointed. Before their blood runs into the blood spilled yesterday, the blood that is to mingle with theirs tomorrow is already set apart.
Is this the one?
Yes, this is the one. Go you in alone. I wait outside. Lose no time.
Good day, Mr. Darnay.
Carton.
Once more we meet.
Are you a prisoner, too?
No, I happen to be possessed of a power over one of your keepers here. I come from your wife, Darnay. I bring you a request from her.
What is it?
A most secret, earnest, pressing entreaty. No time to ask me why I bring it or what it means. I have no time to tell you. You must comply with it. Take off these boots you wear and draw on mine. Here's a chair. Now, hurry. Draw on these boots of mine. Put your hands to them. Put your will to them. Quick.
Carton, there's no escaping from this place. It can never be done. You'll only die with me. It's madness.
It would be madness if I asked you to escape, but do I? Of course not. Since that's for that, and this is mine.
Carton, it's madness. It can't be done. It never can be done. It has been attempted. It has always failed.
Do I ask you, dear Darnay, to part the door? When I ask you that, then refuse me. Got a pen and ink and paper on this table. Is your hand steady enough to write? Then write what I shall dictate. Quick, friend, quick. Write exactly as I speak.
To whom do I address
To no one.
Do I date
No. No. If you remember the words that passed between us long ago, you will understand this when you see it. You do remember them, I know. It is not in your nature to forget them. Have you written forget them?
I have. Is that a weapon in your hand?
No, I'm not armed.
What is in your hand?
You shall know directly. Write on, but few words more. I am thankful the time has come when I can prove them. That I do so is no subject for regret or grief.
What is that, vapor?
Vapor?
Something in the air?
I'm conscious of nothing. Take up the pen and finish. Hurry, hurry. If it had been otherwise, I should have had so much the more to answer for. If it had been otherwise,
It had been otherwise.
Donnie. Donnie. What? Hey there! Quick! Come in. Let me change his coat. Now, call for help. Take me to the coach.
You?
Him, man, with whom I've changed. You go out by the gate by which you brought me in.
Of course.
I was weak and faint when you brought me in, and I'm fainter. Now you take me out. The parting is overcome us. Such things happen here often, too often. Quick, call for help.
You swear not to betray me.
Man. Don't waste time taking yourself to the courtyard. You know him. Place him yourself in the carriage, show him yourself to Mr. Lorry, and tell him to remember my words of last night and his promise of last night, and drive away.
Help! Man fainted!
those there!
Who's inside? Papers. Alexandre Manette, physician, French. Lucy, his daughter, French. Lucy, wife of Evremont. Is that right? Huh. Evremont has an appointment elsewhere today, I believe. Lucy, their child, English. Sidney Cotton, lawyer, English. English lawyer appears to be sleeping. Jarvis Laurie, banker, English. Go ahead, you can depart, citizens. A good journey.
Follow me, Evermore.
I'm ready.
Down, Abraham! Down, everyone! Which is Abraham? They're at the back there, next to the girl! Down, everyone! To the guillotine! 18!
It is never, Mum. Do you remember me? I'm a poor little seamstress who was with you in the prison.
Huh? Oh, true, I forget. What were you accused for?
Plot. Is it likely? Who would think of plotting with a poor little weak creature like me?
19!
I'm not afraid to die, but I've done nothing. Citizen Evermond, will you let me hold your hand? I'm not afraid, but I'm little and weak. It will give me more courage.
20!
Keep your eyes upon me, dear child. Keep your eyes on me. Mind nothing else.
I mind nothing while I hold your hand. I shall mind nothing when I let it go. They are quick.
They'll be quick. Never fear.
21!
Has the moment come?
Yes,
May I kiss you now? I'm so afraid.
my child. Nothing to fear. I see these men around me. Long ranks of the new oppressors who've risen on the destruction of the old, perishing by this same instrument of retribution before it shall cease out of its present use. I see the lives for which I laid down my life. Peaceful, useful, prosperous, and happy in that England which I shall see no more. You know, I see her father restored and faithful to all men in his healing office and at peace. I see her at this moment with a child upon her bosom who bears my name. And I hear her tell the child my story with a tender and a faltering voice.
Number 22.
Goodbye, little one.
Number 23.
Right, citizen? It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to. that I have ever known.
Was the Mercury Theatre on the Air's adaptation of A Tale of Two Cities, based on Charles Dickens' classic novel, which was broadcast on July 25th, 1938. Now, for those of you who are familiar with the novel, A Tale of Two Cities, the book is a complex, multi-layered story with numerous characters and subplots, but Wells and the Mercury Theatre did the best they could in condensing the story into a 1-hour radio drama. As it turns out, A Tale of Two Cities is unique among Charles Dickens' novels because it's his only fully historical novel. Set during the French Revolution, it contrasts the social conditions in Paris and London during that tumultuous time. While many of his other works were sent to contemporary Victorian England, this novel takes place decades earlier, from 1775 to the early 1790s. The novel is known for the iconic opening line, "It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness." This line is one of the most famous in English literature, and it's odd that it's not found in this radio adaptation. Equally famous is his closing line, which is featured, spoken by Sidney Carton. "It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known." These lines have become iconic in literary history and are often quoted in discussions about heroism and sacrifice. Dickens may have seen some parallels between his own life and the story of A Tale of Two Cities. Sidney Carton's love for Lucy might reflect Dickinson's own feelings of love and loss, particularly after his separation from his wife and his infatuation with actress Ellen Ternan. Some scholars speculate that Carton's feelings of inadequacy and his ultimate sacrifice might mirror Dickens' personal struggles. Like many of Dickinson's work, A Tale of Two Cities was originally published in serialized form. It appeared in weekly installments in All the Year Round, a periodical Dickens founded and edited. This serialized format kept readers eagerly waiting for the next chapter, and it was a major factor in the novel's immense popularity.
We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, who tonight played Dr. Manette and Sidney Carton, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like first to thank the actors of the Mercury Theatre who played with us tonight. Among them were Martin Gable as Mr. Lorry, Ray Collins as the prosecutor, Edgar Berrier as Charles Darnay, Frank Reddick as Defarge, Eustace Wyatt as the clerk and the judge, Kenneth Delmar as the counsellor for the defense, Betty Gard as Madame Defarge, Erskine Sanford as the president, Mary Taylor as Lucy Manette. Next Monday night, we do a novel by one of the most distinguished of living statesman authors, John Buchan, Lord Tweedsmuir, the Governor-General of Canada. His 39 Steps, the famous story of the weeks immediately before the Great War. Story of spies and intrigue and a man with hooded eyes. Please tune in next week.
The fourth episode from the series, titled The 39 Steps, based on the 1915 adventure novel by Scottish author John Buchan. The story follows Richard Haney, a daring hero who always seems to find his way out of perilous situations. For this edition, though, we're going to be listening to the rehearsal recording of the episode instead of the actual final broadcast. There are a couple of reasons for this. First, the original recording's poor quality makes it difficult to follow, and the rehearsal sounds much better. And secondly, Mercury Theatre rehearsals were known for being polished with performances that often rivaled the final production. But I thought it'd be interesting to first hear the rehearsal edition and then kind of compare and contrast the two. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the 39 Steps as it was rehearsed for the Mercury Theatre on the air.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot divulge the full name of the author of the 39 Steps. 7 university degrees and a title make him a gentleman and a scholar and also practically unpronounceable. I think you'd like to know, if you didn't, that it is the present Governor General of the Dominion of Canada and the first Baron of Tweedsmuir who perpetrated this tall and shamelessly exciting spy story about high doings in Scotland. Lord Tweedsmuir, who in private life is a publisher, is himself very properly a Scotchman, who regards the sensational diversity of his responsibilities with the special calm of his nation. I regard my business, he says, as my profession, writing as my amusement, and politics as my duty. Can't do more than that. Excuse me, I'm a bit boiled. Just one bottle too many. Just one bottle. You know what dance, Derbyshire House, dancing all that rot. When did you leave? I say, when did you leave? Leave? I know. Wouldn't let you in. Bowler hat and all that. Poor old fella. Poor old fella in a bowler hat. That's what you are. What's your name? I say, poor old fella. What's your name? Never saw you before in my life. Birdie with a yellow bill hopped upon my windowsill. Good night. I say good night, poor old fella. Hey, poor old fella. Move along now, no loitering. Cocked her shining head and said, "Ooh, door's open." Mr. and Mrs. Otis Hartfield, Ingletwine, 50 by Tyne Twine. Richard Hannay, 2C. Richard Hannay, 2C. 2C, 2C, 2C. 2C. Richard Hannay. Hannay. Hey, wake up, it's Marmaduke, good old Marmaduke, Marmaduke the early worm. Wake up, we're going to Scotland, my Murph, for the shooting, good old shooting. Fishing. Good old fishing, nothing like an early start. Say, Henny. Hey, Henny, your phone's ringing, wake up and answer it. Henny. Must be drunk. Birdie with a yellow bill hopped on my windowsill, cocked your shining head. Hello? You were still there? Oh. You're a stranger, and I want to tell you this, but you know what I saw up there? 2C. A woman. Shh. Don't just stand there in a bowler hat. Say, old chap, are you a bill collector? No. Don't stutter. Speak up. Then I'll tell you what I saw. An old lady in a tippet, just sitting there. All right, through the keyhole. I'm not ashamed. I looked through the keyhole, and there was this old lady sitting in a chair in Richard Hannay's apartment. And you know what? Her wig was crooked, and the phone kept ringing. And she didn't answer it. She just sat there with her eyes open.
I reckon you're a bit of a sportsman, says he. I want you to lend me a cap and overall for 10 minutes, and here's a sovereign for you. I've got to be a milkman, says he. Righto, says I. I ain't the man to spoil a bit of sport, and I takes the quid.
Quid, eh? Well, you know what Mr. Richard Henney is worth this afternoon? £5,000.
£5,000?
£5,000, dead or alive. Mr. Marmaduke Jopley?
Go away.
Mr. Jopley, it's a gentleman from Scotland Yard.
What time is it? What? What's that, Scotland Yard?
Mr. Jopley, when did you last see Richard Henney?
Henney, that's a funny thing. You know, there's an old lady up there this morning in this flat. I'm just sitting there. She wouldn't answer the phone.
Did you see Mr. Henney?
No, just the old lady. Wouldn't answer the door, so I looked at the keyhole. You know, Inspector, she was just sitting there with her eyes open.
She would be, Mr. Jopley, she would be. She was dead.
Scotch Express?
I'm sorry, sir, you missed it. She's just pulling out. She won't make it, sir. Hey, ticket! Ticket, hey! Ticket, sir! Ticket!
Sounds like a dog. Is that a dog you got there?
It is a dog.
All dogs, domestic animals, traveling passenger accommodations, Great Northern Railroad, do serve travelers and risk and liabilities. Change it down, Beetle. Ticket, lady.
Come on, Charlie. Offer the lease now. Here you are, sir. Cretan.
1.5. How old are you, Sonny?
Charlie's 7. Just turned 7, ain't you, Charlie?
You're a big boy, Charlie, for your age. Cretan, 1.5. Ticket?
Thank you. They do sprout up, don't they? Mind the lollipop now, Charlie.
Ticket?
Sorry, I haven't got one.
Here now, what's this?
Sorry, I didn't have time. I had to run to make it.
All right, sir. Where to? Where to?
Newton Stewart.
8 and 4pence.
Here you are.
8 and 4pence out of 10 and 6pence penalty for purchase a ticket while in transit. Right, yours, sir.
Thank you.
Here, stow it, you.
Doon with your job. Doon.
I can't see why passengers have to put up with that sort of thing. And the leash now, mind, or out he goes. Ticket?
Now then, Charlie, now then. Don't give your lollipop to the doggy.
Doon, job.
Our trains are overcrowded as it is, without bringing a lot of smelly brutes, I must say. Excuse me, sir, while I open the window.
Very well.
Some people are never satisfied. Never you mind, Charlie. The dog is man's truest friend. Never mind what anybody may say.
All right, lady, all right. I consider myself ticked off.
And always remember, Charlie, that a man who doesn't like a dog is no friend of yours. You can be sure that Richard Henney didn't keep a dog. Not him, the murderer. No man as would do in a poor old lady through the heart in his flat would keep a dog. No, Charlie.
Doon, Jock. Doon.
Curious case, that Portland Place murder affair, isn't it, sir?
I haven't read about it.
You know, I'm always interested in a good murder. Here we are, sir. Leeds Guardian Chronicle, special edition. I haven't seen this one myself. Shocking occurrence in Portland Square. The milkman's story. Annie disappears. Seen at St. Pancras. Hello. Here's an odd one. Look at this, sir.
Yes?
There's reason to believe that the suspect, Richard Henney, is headed north of the Tweed. Scotland Yard is searching all Great Northern trains. I say Great Northern? Why, that's us.
Oh, shut your gab. What you trying to do? Frighten the kiddie?
All right, lady, all right. I'm sorry.
It may be he's sitting here for now, in this very compartment among us. The blood of the slain not dry on his hands. Doon, Jock.
We'll soon settle that. Here it is. Middle height, hair brown, eyes blue, moustache, about 35, wearing a grey tweed suit. Now, let's look at his picture now. Here it is. Turn to page 17.
Hey, stop him!
He's heading for the hills. Right on here. Who let him in? Right.
I was there. Fucking badges in the other window.
Are you Smith?
Who are you talking about?
Hurry up, man. Go down the line. I'll give you the slip.
The murderer!
Mr. Richard Hadley.
Get away from that glass, Charlie.
Why, he was sitting right next to me.
Come on now, Charlie. Get away now. Or I'll give you a nice lollipop to one of these gentlemen here.
Watch all roads, Richard Hannay. Wanted for Portland Place murder. Reported in stolen car. Large green Daimler speeding south.
Scotch and soda, sir?
Is that the best thing you can suggest, Sullivan, for a man who's barely escaped with his life from a motor accident?
Brandy and soda, sir?
Dove right to the hedge, he did, Sullivan. Went through it like butter, down the bank and into the burn. Lucky he came out alive.
Gin and tonic, sir.
Just a lucky thing, too. I came along, fished him out. Gentleman's staying for supper, Sullivan. Better take him a change of clothes when he's out of his bath. His things were badly torn up. Not a pleasant thing to turn over 3 times in a Daimler Theatre, Sullivan.
He's done with his bath. I laid out the blue serge, Sir Harry.
Good work, Sullivan. Tell cook there'll be 2 to supper.
She has been so informed. There is still one question unsolved, Sir Harry.
Yes, Sullivan.
If, as you observed, sir, the gentleman has just been in a motor wreck.
Oh, of course, of course. Make it whiskey, Sullivan.
Very good, sir.
Oh, hello there. Hello. I say, that's quite a neat fit. You look better in that blue serge than I ever did, doesn't he, Sullivan?
Yes, Sir Harry.
You're staying for supper, old man, I hope. Sullivan tells me it's pheasant. My name is Parkhurst. Parkhurst. We haven't introduced ourselves.
I think you ought to know that you have in your house a man that is wanted for the Portland Place murder.
Well, what's that?
My name is Richard Hannay.
Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
Your duty is to send for the police and give me up. I don't think I'll get very far. There'll be an accident, and I'll have a knife in my ribs an hour or so after sunset. Nevertheless, it's your duty as a law-abiding citizen.
You don't look like a murderer to me. Does he, Sullivan?
No, Sir Harry.
I'm not. But the fact is that 3 days ago, a man was found dead in my flat.
Oh, I say, old fellow. Sullivan.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Hannay says a man was found dead in his flat.
Murdered, Mr. Hannay?
Murdered.
The Portland Place murder, Sir Harry.
Yes, Sullivan. A man, Mr. Hannay?
The victim of the Portland Place murder, Sir Harry, was a woman.
It was a man.
Oh, now look here, old fellow.
The press, Sir Harry, is very clear on this one point. The victim was a woman.
An old woman, wasn't it, Sullivan?
It was, sir.
An old woman.
The body that was found in my flat on Tuesday morning was the body of a man named Nathan Scoter.
Sullivan.
Yes, Sir Harry.
The whiskey, Sullivan.
Very good, sir.
And Sullivan.
Yes, Sir Harry.
Bring 2 glasses.
Well, here it is. Here's the whole story. My name is Richard Hannay. I was a mining engineer in Rhodesia in Bulawayo. I made my pile and I came back to England 3 weeks ago. Well, last Monday night, I got back to my flat about 10 o'clock. I live in a new block behind Portland Place. There's a port in the building. He leaves around 9. As I came up the stairs, I heard my phone ringing. Hello? 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 Hello?
That call was for me.
In heaven's name.
Close the door. Quick. Is it locked?
Yes?
I'm very sorry. It's a great liberty, I know, breaking in this way, but I need help worse than any man ever needed it. Can I count on you?
It depends.
You see, I have an idea that this time tomorrow, I shall be dead.
That's what he told me. The minute he got in the door, the little man was scared stiff. I could see that. He carried a parcel under his arm, a brown paper parcel, and there was a trickle of blood on his left hand from a fresh cut across the knuckles. There's going to be a war. Now, wait a minute. That's what he told me, a war. And this war is going to come as a great surprise to Britain. Somebody's going to be murdered. He told me this Thursday. Remember, Thursday night. In London on July 14th. That's 6 days from now. 3 days, I mean. A fellow called Carolitis, the Greek premier. He's booked. Nothing on earth can save him. But that's just the beginning.
According to what this fellow told me, Carolitis isn't important, not in himself. It's what comes after he's dead. On July 15th, the chief of the French General Staff will be in London. On that day, the British Admiralty is to give him a complete statement of the disposition of the entire British fleet on mobilization. At least I gather it's something like that. Something uncommonly important. Now then, on the 15th of July, there will be others in London. I don't know who. He had a name for them. He called them the Black Stone. But somehow this information, those secrets about our fleet destined for France, will be diverted into their hands on that day, July 15th. And it will be used, remember, used a week or two later against England by our deadly foe with great guns and swift torpedoes suddenly in the darkness of a summer night. I know you don't believe this. I didn't when he told me. I do now. I noticed that while he was talking, he kept fingering a little black notebook which was full of writing. Some sort of code, it looked like. You may believe me or not, as you please. There it is. This is the fellow speaking. The fellow with the brown paper parcel and the cut across his knuckles. This is what he said.
What month?
Years for this information. I got the first hint nearly 2 years ago in an inn on the Achensee in Tyrol. I collected my other clues in a first shop in the Galician quarter of Budapest, in a stranger's club in Vienna, in a little bookshop on the Ratnitzstrasse in Leipzig. I completed my evidence 10 days ago in Paris. Until yesterday, I thought I had worked unobserved. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. For me. Those men calling for me to see if I'm here. Don't answer it. Mr. Hannay, let me show you something. Mr. Hannay, will you please turn up the light? Yes? Now, Mr. Hannay, come to the window. Look. Down there. I looked. For a moment I saw nothing but the deserted street below. Then I noticed a man in a bowler hat, standing in a doorway across the street. When I came home last night, I found a card in my letterbox. Here it is. Black Stone. What's a Black Stone? Well, that's a name. That's what they call themselves, these people. When I got that card, I knew that I had to die. Why didn't you call the police? Oh, no use. These men followed me here. I'm bottled in this building as sure as a pickled herring. Well, that's why I'm telling you all these things tonight. Tomorrow, I'm going to make a break for it. If I fail, well, I should hate to leave the scene without leaving somebody behind to put up a fight. Well, I still didn't know what to make of the little chap, and it was getting late. I made him a bed in my smoking room. Good night. Good night. And in case I'm not here in the morning, I haven't the privilege of your name, sir, but let me tell you, you're a white man. Oh, I say, before you go to bed, I'll thank you to lend me a razor. I locked the door of my room. Finally, I fell asleep. I awoke before dawn, couldn't go to sleep again. I lit a cigarette and started to read. Then I noticed that the light in the smoking room was still on. I got up. I had a cigarette in my mouth, I remember. I pushed open the smoking room door. I saw something which made me drop my cigarette. Bolt upright in a chair by the window sat an old woman with her eyes open. There was a long knife through her heart which skewered her to the back of the chair. Scouter! 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 There was no reply. Then I noticed three things. First, that this old woman's wig had fallen slightly askew. Second, that the brown paper parcel I'd noticed under Scudder's arm the night before was now lying open and empty on the table. Third, that across the knuckles of the old woman's left hand was a fresh, unhealed cut. From the limpness of the body, I estimated that Scudder had been dead for about 2 hours. I wondered what had happened to the little black book. I searched Scudder's body and found nothing. And I noticed the whole flat had been ransacked in the night. The insides of books, drawers, covered even the sideboard in the dining room. I shuttered and bolted every door and window in the flat.
Skoda's story was true. The proof of it was lying under the tablecloth. The men who knew that he knew what he knew had found him and had made certain of his silence. His disguise had not saved him. I'd be the next to go. But suppose I went out now and called the police. What kind of a story could I tell about Skoda? If I told them the truth, they'd simply laugh at me. I'd be charged with murder. The best I could hope for was jail. And that was just where they wanted me. An English prison was as good a way of getting rid of me till after July 15th as a knife in my chest. I got on an atlas and looked at a big map of the British Isles. My notion was to get off some wild district, some open space where my South African experience would be of some use to me, some place where I'd be in safe hiding for 6 days until July 15th. I decided Scotland would be the best. There was a train from St. Pancras at 7:10. I went to the window and looked out between the shutters. It was beginning to get light. I saw a man standing in the doorway, a man in a bowler hat. Then, a man in evening dress came down the street. He walked unsteadily. He caught sight of the man in the bowler hat and went over and spoke to him. Then he crossed the street and came into the house. In the vestibule. Sorry. Cut. Somebody wrecked my script. Where's my page 25? Then a man in evening dress came down the street. He walked unsteadily. He caught sight of the man in the bowler hat and went over and spoke to him. And he crossed the street and came into my house.
Hey, wake up. It's Marmaduke. Good old Marmaduke. Marmaduke the only one. Wake up. We're going to Scotland. Remember? The shooting. Good old shooting. Sorry, fishing. Oh, nothing I can really start. Good old early one. I say, Hannah. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hey, Hannah, your phone's ringing. Ring and answer it. Hannah. I was a bit drunk. Daddy, the yellow bill hopped upon my windowsill.
Continues after that. In the vestibule, I gave the milkman a sovereign to lend me his cap, his overalls, and his milk cans for 10 minutes. I went out into the street, past the doorway, past the man in the bowler hat. At 7:10, I was in St. Pancras Station. Hey, the Scotch Express? Can't make it, sir. I'm sorry, it's too late. Hey, ticket! 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 Dumfries, next stop to Dumfries, Glasgow, Edinburgh. Eustace Wyatt, Bachtangoff cut the lines. All right, we go right to the crash.
Hey, stop him!
There he goes running. It couldn't be heard that way, dear. Once again, let's cut. I can't. Sorry, this is no dress at all. Then a man in evening dress came down the street. He walked unsteadily. He caught sight of the man in the bowler hat and went over and spoke to him. Then he crossed the street and came into the house. Knocking.
Honey, wake up. It's Marmaduke. Good old Marmaduke. Marmaduke the early one. Wake up. We're going to Scotland. Remember the shooting. Good old shooting. Sorry, fishing. Good old fishing. Nothing like an early start. Good old early one. I say, Henny. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hey, Henny, your phone's ringing. Wake up and answer it. Henny. Must be drunk. Birdie with a yellow bill hopped upon my windowsill, cocked a shining head.
In the vestibule, I gave the milkman a sovereign to lend me his cap, his overalls, and his milk cans for 10 minutes. I went out into the street, past the doorway, past the man in the bowler hat. 7:10, I was in St. Pancras Station.
Scotch Express?
Sorry, sir, you missed it. He's just put it out, sir. You won't make it, sir. Hey, ticket! Ticket! Hey, ticket, sir, ticket!
back before I stopped running. The moor was all around me. You couldn't have found a more peaceful landscape in the world. Yet at that moment, for the first time in my life, I felt the terror of the hunted on me. It wasn't the police I was afraid of, but the others who knew that I knew Skoda's secret and dared not let me live. They'd killed Skoda in my flat within a few yards of me. Now it was my turn. I didn't even know what these men looked like. I wish I'd listened more carefully to what Skoda had said about them. He said there were 3 of them. That one of them was young and dark, and one was plump and one was old, and stammered sometimes when he spoke. Suddenly, in the blue evening sky, I saw something. Low down in the south, a monoplane was climbing into the heavens. I was as certain as if I'd been told that the aeroplane was looking for me. It flew low over the hilltops, and then back over the valley. I started to run. I ran till the sweat blinded my eyes. I ran most of the night, keeping always south in the direction of the hills. As the mist cleared before the sun, I found myself in the central boss of a high upland country, with glens falling away on every side. Then, on every side, and I saw the monoplane again coming up from the east. It was flying high. It circled about me in narrowing circles the way a hawk wheels before it pounces. Now it was flying quite low. The observer on board caught sight of me. I could see him looking at me through glasses. Speeding eastward again till it became a speck in the blue morning. My enemies had located me. The next thing would be a cordon around me. There wasn't even enough cover on the whole moor to hide a rat. I tossed a coin, heads right, tails left. Fell head, so I turned north. A little while I came to the brow of a ridge. Away down a slope a couple of miles away, several men were advancing like a row of beaters at a shoot. It may have been my imagination, but I thought I saw 2 figures. 1, 2, perhaps more, moving in a glen beyond the stream. Here's another thing I learned in South Africa, hunting. If you're hemmed in on all sides in a patch of land, there's only one chance to escape. You must stay in the patch and let your enemies search it and not find you. That was good sense, but where on earth could I hide in that tablecloth of a place? I lost my head and started to run. Suddenly I stopped.
Blast.
In a tiny bight of road, beside a heap of stones, I found a road mender. Hello.
Miss, me head's busting. I can't do it. Ain't for me bed.
What seems to be the trouble?
The trouble is that I'm a teetotaler.
Not really.
I am a strong teetotaler. I took the pledge last Martinmas and I hadn't touched a drop of whiskey since.
What did it?
A drink they call brandy. Last night, my daughter Moran was bedded. And I was nipping all day yesterday at this brandy. And I do, I'll not be well for a fortnight.
Well, why don't you go to bed?
That's easy speaking. But I got a postcard yesterday saying a new road surveyor will be round the day. He'll come and he'll no find me.
Does the new surveyor know you?
No, him. He's just been a week at the job.
Look here. You go back to your bed and sleep in peace. I'll take on your job for today and see the surveyor, and he'll never know the difference.
Lord, you're a debile. Here's my hammer. Goodbye, ma. God bless you.
Now, here, wait a minute. What's your name?
My name's Alexander Turnbull.
You better tell me a bit more about yourself if you want me to do a good job of this.
My friends call me Specky, for I wear glasses. Just you speak the surveyor fair and call him sir.
and he'll be well pleased. I'll be back at midday.
I borrowed his spectacles and filthy old hat, borrowed to his false stump of a clay pipe, and then, when he'd left, I set to work to dress for the part. I got my boots and trouser legs all white from the dust of the road, and I set to work on my face with a handful of dust. I made a watermark on my neck, rubbed a good deal of dirt also in my cheeks. I've noticed that roadmen's eyes always look a little inflamed, so I got some dust into both of mine. The roadman had left his lunch behind him in a green tin, an odd copy of the Dumfries Gazette. I ate several of the thick slabs of cheese and drank a little of the cold tea. I bit and scraped my fingernails till the edges were all cracked and uneven. The men I was matched against would miss no detail. Then I went to work. I remember old Peter Pinard, an old scout in Rhodesia, once telling me about the way to disguise yourself. He said the secret of playing a part was to think yourself into it. It's cut. So I recall the years that I'd spent. It's cut. Go right into the motorcycle.
Are you the roadman here?
I am.
Are you Alexander Turnbull?
I am.
You have charge of this section?
Aye.
Good. A fair bit of road, Turnbull, and not badly engineered. A little soft a motor mile off, and the edges what thinning. See you look after that.
Aye, sir.
Good morning. You'll know me the next time you see me.
I will, Doc.
Goodbye, now.
So my disguise was good enough for the surveyor. A morning went by. Still no sign of my enemies. Just about midday, a big car drove down the hill, drew up 100 yards down the road. Two men climbed out slowly as if to stretch their legs and sauntered towards me. One was lean and sharp and dark. The other was plump and smiling.
Morning. A fine, easy job of yours.
I'd rather hear you're sitting a day in your hinterlands on the cushions.
So you get your papers in good time?
He was looking down at the Dumfries Gazette lying beside Turnbull's lunch tin. I'd noticed earlier that there was a front-page story about the Portland Place murder.
You have a fine taste in boots? Are those made by a country shoemaker?
They were not. They were made in London. I got them for the gentleman was here last year for the shooting.
Was meinst du? Der weiß nichts, das Kerl.
They got into their car and were out of sight in a minute. Went right on breaking my stones. It was just as well. 10 minutes later, the car returned. Went by without stopping. I knew they were watching me. The black stone left nothing to chance. Well, I spent the night on a shelf of the hillside in the lee of a boulder where the heather grew long and soft. I woke very cold and early, about an hour after dawn. At first, I couldn't remember where I was. I saw the pale blue sky through a net of heather, then my own boots placed neatly in a blackberry bush. I looked down at the valley. There were men below, police they looked like, not more than a quarter of a mile off, spaced out on the hillside like a fan, beating the heather.
He, Joe! He! There he is!
Station break.
You're listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre in John Buchan's 39 Steps. We shall resume the story in a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Network is presenting 39 Steps by John Buchan. And now the Mercury Theatre resumes the story with Orson Welles as Richard Hannay and Marmaduke Jopley.
Hey, Joe! Oh, he is! Where? Up there! You see him? Yes, that's him! Hey! Look! Look! There he is up there!
We were playing hare and hounds. Soon it began to seem less of a game. The police had evidently called in local herds of gamekeepers. These fellows are hefty men on their native heath. Looking back, I saw that only 3 were following me. The others had fetched a circuit to cut me off. I crossed a burn and came out on a road which seemed to be kept with some care. A few hundred yards to my left, I saw the chimneys of a house smoking. There's a veranda in front of the house, and through the glass I saw the face of an elderly gentleman, meekly watching me.
Seem in a hurry, my friend.
His face was round and shiny like Mr. Pickwick's, and the top of his head was as bright and bare as a glass bottle. Through the window could be seen some figures half a mile off.
Oh, I see. A fugitive from justice, eh? Well, we'll go into the matter at our leisure. Go into my study. You'll see 2 doors facing you. Take the one to the left and close it behind you. Close it tight.
I did as I was told. I was in a little dark chamber that smelled of chemicals. Wasn't any too happy. Something about the old gentleman rather terrified me. He'd been too easy and ready. Almost as if he'd been expecting me, and his eyes had been horribly intelligent.
All right, you may come out now.
Have they gone?
They have gone. I convinced them that you had crossed the hill. I do not choose that the police should come between me and one whom I am delighted to honor.
He smiled gently and nodded to the door behind me. I turned and saw 2 manservants who had me covered with pistols.
This is a lucky morning for you, Mr. Richard Hannay.
Hey, what's going on here? How are you calling Richard Hannay? My name's Ainsley.
So? Oh, but of course you have many names. We won't quarrel about a name, Mr. Hannay.
Now, I suppose you're going to give me up after all. And a low, dirty trick, I call it. My God, I wish I'd never seen that cursed money. Here it is, and be damned to you.
You are a clever actor, Mr. Hannay, but not quite clever enough. Oh, no, I shall not give you up. My friends and I will have a little private settlement with you tonight.
Now, for God's sake, stop jawing. Everything's against me. What's the harm in a poor devil with an empty stomach picking up some money finds a lost pocketbook? That's all I've done. For that, I've been chivvied for 2 days by these blasted bobbies over these blasted hills.
I could see the dawning of a doubt in his mind.
I tell you, I'm fair sick of it.
You oblige me with the story of your recent doings, Mr. Hannay.
I can't, Governor. I've not had a bit to eat for 2 days. Give me a mouthful of food, and then you'll hear God's truth.
You're a good liar, Hannay. I do not propose to let you go. If you are what you say you are, you will soon have a chance of clearing yourself. If you're what I think you are, I don't think you will see the light much longer.
With your ring, sir? In der Außeneinschließung bis Sie zurückkommen?
Ja. I want the Daimler in 5 minutes. There will be 3 to dinner. Goodbye, Mr. Hannay. We will meet again tonight.
I marched out of the room with a pistol in the small of my back. It was a risk. Pistol in the small of my back. They locked me up again in the dark chamber that smelled of chemicals. It was black as pitch. I made out that the walls were lined with boxes and barrels and sacks of some heavy stuff. The old boy had gone off in a car to collect his friends. They'd be back soon. Probably the 2 who'd interviewed me yesterday, the plump one and the dark, thin one. As I figured it out, I had just about 2 hours longer to live. I thought of Skoda and the dress of an old woman sitting in that chair by the window with his eyes open. I got up and started moving around the room again. I found a handle in the wall, the door of a cupboard of some sort. In the cupboard, there were bottles and cases of queer-smelling stuff and coils of fine copper wire. There was a box of detonators and a lot of cord for fuses. Also, half a dozen little gray bricks. I took up one and smelled it and put my tongue to it. I've been a mining engineer for nothing.
I know Let tonight when I see it. It was a risk. But if I didn't take it, I'd probably be occupying a 6-foot hole in the garden by evening anyhow. I took a quarter of a lead-night brick and buried it near the door. And I got a detonator and a couple of feet of fuse. Then I lit a match. Something hit my left shoulder. There was a poisonous yellow fog all around me. Somewhere behind me, I felt fresh air. I started to run. Much later, in a clearing on a hillside, I saw a small stone building with a tower. The door was open. It was dark and cool inside. I sat down on one of the benches. The pain in my shoulder was unbearable. Then I heard steps coming down the path. I found a small door in one corner, narrow steps running up the tower. I went up. Most of the top of the tower was just taken up with bells. There was a small ledge outside, just wide enough to lie down in. I heard a man downstairs below me in the tower. I lay there with a burning head and the sun glaring in my face. Right above me was the monoplane. They couldn't have missed me lying there on the open ledge. They knew where I was. Soon they'd come back for me. Oh, I'm sorry. I read it wrong. They knew where I was. Soon they'd come back for me. Then, suddenly, right under me, bells, and presently up the hillside, little dark knots of men began to appear. They came slowly, dozens of them, all moving towards me, slowly advancing, closing in on me. I was too sick to move. I lay there waiting for them to come and get me. Now they were in the building below me. In a few seconds they'd be up the stairs. I waited and no one came. I lay there waiting, and then a thought struck me. Scudder had been murdered on Thursday night, 4 days ago. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days. Then these men coming up in the hill in little dark knots, in black, slowly advancing, closing in on me, were not my enemies. They weren't after me. They didn't even know I was there. They were peacefully walking to church with their families. It was Sunday. Presently, a large, green, open Daimler drove up. 3 men got out. My plump friend, the professor, and the dark young man. I could see them looking up at my tower. 2 of them went into the church. The thin man stayed in the car. I waited. But they didn't come.
Oh, most omnipotent and merciful God, we pray that thou will
The service had just begun. That gave me about an hour. There was an old iron drain pipe running along the corner of the tower. It didn't seem particularly solid. Besides, I was in full sight of the man in the car. At that moment, it started to rain. The man in the car looked up at the sky and turned in his collar. Then he shrugged his shoulders, got out of the car, and went into the church. I started down the side of the tower. Halfway down, my foot slipped and I fell. The ground was soft. I got up and went over to the car and drove off. Action. I drove on south, downhill into the valley. The road was full of sharp curves and shining under my headlights and very slippery.
Scotch and soda, sir? Yes, that's right, Sullivan. Mr. Henry, I may talk like an arse most of the time, but I can size up a man. Mr. Henry. Thanks, Sullivan. Pour it, will you? 2 step one. Very good, Carl. Well, Henry, you're no murderer and you're no fool. And I believe you're speaking the truth. I'm going to back you up. Now, what can I do?
I've got to get in touch with the government sometime before June 15th. That's the day after tomorrow, if you can help me.
All right, I will. The permanent secretary at the Foreign Office is my godfather, and one of the best going. He's down at his cottage in the country, trout fishing. If you start early tomorrow morning... Sullivan?
Yes, Sir Harry.
Have the station wagon here at 6 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And reserve a compartment on the Southern Express.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Sullivan?
Yes, Sir Harry.
Send a telegram to Sir Walter.
Yes, sir.
If a man called Hannay...
Better not use my real name.
Right you are. If a man called, Sullivan, you will think of a name for Mr. Hannay?
Yes, sir. A short name, sir.
Yes, Sullivan.
And British, of course, sir.
Oh, yes, Sullivan.
You can count on me, sir. Sir Walter Bullivant, tenant near Arthenswell, Cambridgeshire. If a man called Twisden appears tomorrow, treat him kindly. He may tell you something that will wake you up. He will pass the word Blackstone and whistle Annie Laurie. Love, Harry.
A little stream, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'll back our Kenneth for trout fishing against any river in England. Look at that big fellow there. 4 pounds if he's an ounce.
I don't see him.
Look, there. A yard from the reeds, just above that stickle.
It must be a Blackstone.
Yes. Twisden's name, isn't it?
No, I mean to say yes, sir.
The wise conspirator that knows his own name.
You're Sir Walter.
I am. Now then, Mr. Hannay. My nephew promised you'd tell me something that would wake me up. I'm ready. Oh, Mr. Hannay, before you begin, I think I ought to tell you. I got a letter from Skoda this morning.
Skoda?
Yes.
Skoda's been dead a week.
It was written on the 8th, the day before he came to you. His letters usually took a week to reach me. They were sent undercover to Spain and then to Newcastle.
What did he say?
A great deal. Strange fellow, Skoda. He knew more international secrets than any Secret Service man in Europe. The trouble about him was he liked to play a lone hand. He'd never tell us all he knew. Besides, he was getting romantic. The Blackstone, like a penny novelette.
Sir Walter, is Carolitis in London?
He is. Been there for days.
In his letter, did Skoda say anything about Carolitis?
Premier Carolitis? Skoda said that the
14th of July, today, Carolitis would be murdered.
Carolitis? Murdered? Nonsense. There's no state in Europe wants him out of the way. The virtuous Carolitis is likely to outlive us all. I'm afraid Skoda went off the trail there.
Sir Walter?
Yes, Heath, what is it?
Telegram, Sir Walter. Just came through from London.
Thanks. Mr. Hannay, if you'll excuse me. Heath, car, right away. Call the Foreign Office. Tell them I'm on my way up.
Yes, sir.
I apologize to the shade of Skoda. Carolitis was shot dead this evening, a few minutes after 7.
about them. He said tomorrow, July 15th.
We're taking no chances, Mr. Hannay. General Dufour, chief of the French General Staff, arrived in London at 5 today. He dines with the Prime Minister, and then he goes to the Foreign Office, where 4 people will see him. Whittaker from the Admiralty, myself, Sir Arthur Drew, and General Winstanley. Lord Stirling may be there. You never know about him. He gets more erratic every day. The Foreign Office, General Dufour, will get a certain document from Whittaker. After that, he'll be motored to Portsmouth, where a destroyer will take him to Havre. He won't be left unattended for a moment till he's safe in Paris. Same with Whittaker, till the papers are out of his hands. I don't mind admitting I'm horribly nervous.
If those plans were stolen, could the disposition be changed?
We can't make any serious change in those dispositions, Mr. Henney, unless we alter the geography of England. And now, gentlemen, that our meeting is over, I must ask you to give me a few minutes longer of your time. Gentlemen, I ask you to meet Mr. Henney.
How do you do, Mr. Henney?
General Dufour.
Honored to meet you.
Sir Arthur Drew.
How do you do, sir?
John Whittaker.
How do you do, sir?
General Winstanley.
How do you do?
Gentlemen, I've taken the highly unusual step of asking Mr. Henney to attend our meeting tonight because Mr. Henney is in possession of certain vital information which every one of us here...
I am sorry, Walter. I am a sick man. I'm going back to my bed where I belong. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, my lord.
Good night, Mr. Hannay. I'm sorry I can't stay to hear what you've got to say. Oh, and Whittaker, whatever comes up, you take care of it. Don't call me again tonight.
Stop that man.
Really, Mr. Henney?
I tell you to stop that man. Stop him.
Mr. Henney, I think you're forgetting yourself.
I beg of you to stop him. If you won't, I will. Too late. Gentlemen, who do you think went through that door a minute ago?
Lord Stirling.
He did not. It was his living image, but it was not Lord Stirling. Gentlemen, have you ever known Lord Stirling to stammer?
Henney, have you gone out of your head?
I tell you, gentlemen, the man that went out was not Lord Stirling. It was someone who recognized me, someone I've seen in the last 3 days.
Really, Mr. Henney, I think you have gone out of your head.
That remains to be seen. So, Walter, may I call Lord Stirling's house?
I'll do it. Hello? Get me a good safe house. Hurry, please. Hello? Yes? Yes, hello? This is Walter Bullivant. Will you ask Lord Stirling to call me the minute he gets home? What? What's that? Are you sure? I see. Thank you. Lord Stirling hasn't been out of his bed all day. He went to sleep at 6 and woke up a few minutes ago.
Well then, who was it?
The Black Stone.
Oh, but it's madness. Do you mean to tell me that man came here and sat beside me for the best part of an hour, and I didn't detect the imposture? My old chief?
You were too interested in other things to have the use of your eyes. You took Lord Stirling for granted. If it had been anybody else, you might have looked more closely.
The thing that puzzles me is, well, what good will his visit here do? That's the spy fellow. Here are the plans right here on this table. He couldn't carry away several pages of figures and strange names in his head.
Yes, he could. A trained spy has a photographic memory. You noticed he said nothing, but went through those papers again and again. Those plans are as lost to us as if he had them in his pocket.
Give me the Home Office. Port Division. Have every port watched, every outgoing steamer checked.
And we haven't a rag of a clue.
I wonder... It's got a little black book. It's in code, except for one sentence scrawled over the last page. Scoter knew where those fellows would hide. He knew when and where they were going to leave the country. I wonder if in that sentence...
What is it? Let's hear it.
39 steps. I counted them. High tide, 10:17 p.m.
39 steps?
That is a clue, don't you see? It's the place where they're going to leave from. Tomorrow was the day, and it was someplace where high tide was at 10:17.
There are at least 100 places in England where the tide's high at 10:17 tomorrow.
And they may have gone tonight.
Not they. They have their own secret plans, and they won't be hurried.
39 steps. What
does he mean by steps? Dock steps.
He would have mentioned their number. It must be a place where there's more than one set of stairs.
Home Office, Department of Transportation. Hello, Bullivant speaking. I say, is there any regular steamer leaving for the continent at 10:17 p.m.? Look it up. What? You sure? Thanks. There's no regular steamer sailing for the continent at 10:17 p.m. from anywhere.
Then it must be a private boat from a little port. That explains why the tide's important.
Hello, give me the Admiralty. Hello, Walter Bullivant speaking. Hello, Jenkins. What places do you know along the east coast where there are cliffs and where several sets of steps run down to the beach? Yes, I mean steps, regular staircases. What's that? Place in Norfolk? Rattlesham? On a golf course? No, that's not it. No, marine piers won't do either. Has to be more retired than that. What? Where else? Think, man, think. It's important. What's that? What do you call it? The Rough. Listen to this, eh? A big chalk headland in Kent, close to Bradgate.
Sir Arthur, look up the Admiralty timetable, Bradgate. Kent.
Yes. A lot of villas on top of a cliff, and some of the houses have staircases down to a private beach.
Hurry, Sir Arthur.
Here, listen to this. Bradgate. High tide, July the 15th, 10:17 p.m.
Bradgate, July 15th. Confidential reports. Richard Hannay, Special Agent, Sir Walter Bullivant, Permanent Secretary, Foreign Office. There is a villa with 39 steps leading down to the sea. Trafalgar Lodge, it's called. It belongs to an old gentleman called Appleton, a retired stockbroker, the house agent says. A decent old fellow, pays his bills regularly. It's always good for a fiver for local charity. Once from the cliff, I could see Trafalgar Lodge very plainly. A red brick villa with a veranda, tennis on behind and in front. The ordinary seaside flower garden full of marguerites and scraggy geraniums. The flagstaff with an enormous Union Jack hung limply in the air. Presently, I observed someone leave the house and saunter along the cliff. It was an old man wearing white flannel trousers, a blue serge jacket, and a straw hat. He carried field glasses and a newspaper. He sat down and began to read. Sometimes he'd lay down the paper and turn his glasses in the sea. He looked for a long time at the destroyer. I watched him for half an hour, then he got up and went to his house. After lunch, I saw a foreign-looking yacht come up from the south and drop anchor pretty well opposite the Rough. Later in the afternoon, a British destroyer came in. I found a place in an empty garden next door to Trafalgar Lodge, and from there I had a full view of the tennis court on which two men were playing tennis. I could hear their voices. One was the old man I'd already seen. The other was a younger fellow. They played with tremendous zest, like two city gents getting a workout. You couldn't conceive a more innocent spectacle.
Ready?
Full service, 15 all.
Ready, Pip. I say, old man, you'll have to buck up.
Oh, stop crowing, will you?
Ready? 40, Pip. Set point.
Net. 2 more.
Game.
That won't at all. Let's sit down.
Had enough?
Hello. Third figure had arrived, a young man on a bicycle with a big bag of golf clubs slung at his back.
Hello, Ted. Come on down. We're on the court.
Make yourself a drink on the way. Say, Bob, I'm going in to have a tub. Got into a proper lather.
This'll bring on your weight and your handicap.
Take you on tomorrow and give you a stroke a hole.
You couldn't find anything more English than that, could you, sir? These men might be acting, but if they were, why was their audience? And yet there were 3 of them, and one was old, and one was plump, and one was lean and dark, and their house fitted in with Scotus notes, and half a mile offshore was lying a foreign yacht. There was only one thing to do. Go forward as if I had no doubts. If I was going to make a fool of myself, I might as well do it handsomely. I remembered what old Peter Pinnier told me in Rhodesia, the best scout I ever knew. He told me once, talking about disguises, that barring certainties like fingerprints, mere physical traits are of very little importance if a man really knows his business. He laughed at things like dyed hair and false beards and such childish follies. If you're playing a part, he said, you'll never keep it up unless you convince yourself that you really are the man you're pretending to be. That'd explain the game of tennis. These chaps didn't need to act. They just turned a handle and passed into another life, which came as natural to them as the first. It's getting on 8 o'clock. Went for a walk along the cliffs. Out at sea in the blue dusk, I saw lights appear on the foreign yacht and on the British destroyer way to the south and beyond the point. The bigger lights of steamers making for the Thames. The whole scene was utterly peaceful. 9:30, I strolled toward the Trafalgar Lodge. The Scotland Yard men would be posted around the house by now, but there was no sign of a soul. The house stood as open and public as a charity bazaar.
Yes, sir?
Does Mr. Appleton live here?
Yes, sir.
I should like to see him, please.
I'll see if he's in. Will you wait here in the hall, please, sir?
Well, sir, I found myself in a neat hall. There were the golf clubs and tennis rackets and all the things you'll find in 10,000 British homes. There was a grandfather clock ticking, a barometer, and a print of children winning the Grand National.
What name shall I say, sir?
Hannay.
Will you come this way, please, sir? Mr. Annie.
The old man rose to meet me. He was in evening dress. So was the plump one. The third, the dark one, wore a blue serge suit and the colors of some club or school.
Mr. Hanny, you wish to see me? One moment, you fellows. I'll join you. Better go to the smoking room, Mr. Hanny.
We'll stay here. I think we've met before, and I guess you know my business.
Maybe, sir, maybe. I haven't a very good memory. I'm afraid you must tell me your errand, for I really don't know it.
Well, then, I've come to tell you that the game's up. I have a warrant here for the arrest of you three.
Arrest?
Really?
Arrest? Good Lord, what for?
For the murder of Franklin Scudder in London on the 8th day of this month.
Why, I never heard the name before.
Good heavens, you must be mad, sir. Where do you come from?
Scotland Yard.
Well, don't get flustered, Uncle. It's all a ridiculous mistake. These things happen sometimes. We can easily set it right. Well, I can show that I was out of the country on the 8th, and Bob was down here. You were in London, but well, you can explain what you were doing.
Right, Clancy. Of course, that's easy enough. The 8th, last Thursday. Why, that was the day after Agatha's wedding. Let me see, what was I doing? I came up in the morning from Woking and lunched at the club with Charlie Simmons. Then, oh, yes, I dined at the City Hall. The punch didn't agree with me. I was seedy the next morning. Hang it all, there's the cigar box I brought back from the dinner.
I think, sir, you will see you're mistaken. I will want to assist the law like all Englishmen, and we do not want Scotland Yard to be making fools of themselves. That's so, Uncle.
Certainly, Bob, certainly. We'll do anything in our power to assist the authorities, but this is a bit too much. I can't get over it.
Think what Aunt Nellie will say. She always said you'd die of boredom because nothing ever happened to you, and now you've got it thick and strong. Why, that's wonderful.
Oh, yes, just think of it. What a story to tell at the club. Really, Mr. Hannay, I suppose I should be angry to show my innocence, but it's too funny. I almost forgive you the fright you gave me. You looked so glum, I thought I might have been walking in my sleep and killing people like Jack the Ripper.
Couldn't be acting. It was too confounded genuine. My heart went into my boots. My first impulse was to apologize and clear out the light from the dinner table. Candlestick was not too good. I walked the door and switched on the electric light. Then a sudden glare made them blink, and I stood scanning the three faces. Well, I made nothing of it. One was old and bald, one was stout, one was dark and thin. That's all I could tell. Perhaps there were three men who had hunted me in Scotland. Perhaps they weren't. There was a silver cigarette box on the table beside me, and I saw that it had been won by Percy Appleton, Esquire, of the St. Bede's Club, in a golf tournament.
Well, are you reassured by your scrutiny? I hope you'll find it consistent with your duty to drop this ridiculous business, Mr. Hannay. I make no complaint, but you see how annoying it must be to respectable people. Are you going to drop it?
No.
Oh, Lord, this is a bit too thick. Do you propose to march us off to the police station? I have the right to ask to see your warrant, you know, but I don't wish to cast any aspersions upon you, sir. You're only doing your duty. But you will admit it's horribly awkward. Well, what do you propose to do?
I vote we have a game of billiards. It'll give Mr. Hannay time to think things over, show him there's no ill feeling. You play, sir?
Yes, I play.
Billiard room is downstairs, Mr. Hannay. Why don't you two start? We'll finish our cigars and come down later.
I'd rather we went down together, Mr. Appleton.
Well, if you insist.
What a stubborn man you are, Mr. Hannay.
We went to the billiard room. I followed them downstairs in a kind of dream. The billiard room had a large window which looked out on the cliff. The window was open and the moon was flooding the cliffs and sea with a great tide of yellow light.
Choose your cue, sir.
Thanks.
Plain or spot, sir?
Spot.
Chalk?
Thanks.
How about a few practice shots?
Good work, Mr. Hannay. I'm afraid you're in for a licking, Bob.
Shall we start? We'll begin. Shall we toss?
What are you playing for?
Shilling a game?
That's all right.
Heads or tails, Mr. Hannay?
Heads.
Heads it is. You begin. Will you mark for us, Percy?
Righto. 7.
That was a near one. Rough luck.
5. 8.
That's all. All right, Mr. Hannay.
5, that's 13. 17. Good work. Stop at 17.
Oh, Percy, look at the time. You'd better think about catching your train.
Percy's got to go to town tonight.
I'm afraid you must put off your journey.
Oh, dash it all, Hanny. I thought you'd drop that, but I've simply got to go. You can have my address, and you can have any security you like.
No, you must stay. It was 5 minutes after 10. In 12 minutes it will be high tide. Through the window I could see the lights of the Ariadne, the foreign yacht offshore.
I'll go bail for my nephew. That ought to content you, Mr. Hannay.
Was it my fancy, or did I detect some halt in the smoothness of that voice? Then I thought of something. Mr. Appleton, when does your nephew have to be in London?
Tonight.
And you say you'd go bail for him, Mr. Appleton?
Yes. Yes, I told you I would.
Well, then perhaps if I could arrange to call Scotland Yard early in the morning.
No, Mr. Hannay. It simply has to be tonight.
Then I knew who he was.
Front! The boat! The boat!
The young dark man leaped from the window. He was through it over the low fence and down the steps before a hand could touch him. Someone switched on the light. The plump one was lying crumpled in a heap. They'd got handcuffs on the old man.
You're safe! Safe! You can't follow him in time! He's gone on the yacht! He's triumphed! The Blackstone has triumphed.
I hope you'll bear his triumph well, Mr. Appleton. I ought to tell you that your yacht, for the last 2 hours, has been in our hands. Has been in our hands. Well, Sir Walter, that's about all there is to it. That's the story as you asked me to set it down. You know the rest of it better than I do. Scudder was right about the war, right, wasn't he? In about a week, I expect right in the middle of it myself. Because of my Matabidi experiences, I got a captain's commission straight off. I joined my division on Thursday at Aldershot, and I understand we'll be moving straight up to the front. Still, I'm afraid I had most of my excitement before I put on khaki. Anyway, goodbye, and thanks for everything. It was great sport while it lasted. Yours very sincerely, Richard Hannay, August 8th, 1914.
The Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air in 39 Steps by John Buchan. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, who tonight played Richard Hannay, Orson Welles.
I have nothing to say.
Okay, cut it off. Cut it off. I'll take the rest.
What's the timing exactly, Larry?
I can't tell you. One moment.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot divulge the full name of the author of the 39 Steps. 7 university degrees and a title make him a gentleman and a scholar, and also practically unpronounceable. But I think you'd like to know, if you didn't, that it is the present Governor-General of the Dominion of Canada and first Baron of Tweedsmuir who perpetrated this tall and shamelessly exciting spy story about high doings in Scotland. Lord Tweedsmuir, who in private life is a publisher, is himself very properly a Scotsman, who regards the sensational diversities of his responsibilities with the special calm of his nation. I regard my business, he says, as my profession. Writing is my amusement, and politics is my duty. Can't do more than that. It's boiled. Just one bottle too many. Just one bottle. What's your name? I say, old fellow. What's your name? All right. stand there in the street and don't on time. I never saw you before in my life. But here with the yellow, they all hopped upon my window, too. Good night. I say good night, old fellow. Hey, you're the bowler. You're the bowler head. Good night. Cockfish shining head in the fence. Oh, the door's open. Henny, Richard Henny. To see. Richard Henny, to see. Richard Henny, to see. To see, to see. Richard Henny, wake up. Wake up, it's Marmaduke. Good old Marmaduke. Marmaduke the early worm. Wake up, you're going to Scotland. Remember, the shooting, good old shooting. Sorry, fishing. Good old fishing. Yeah, I can early start. I take Henny. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hey. Hey, Henny, your phone's ringing. Wake up and answer it. Henny. Not be drunk. 30 with a yellow bill. Up to foot my window so. Cock is shining head. Hello. You still there, you? Across the street? You're a stranger. I didn't know you. And I don't know what you're doing here in the middle of the street, and I ought to tell you this. You know what I saw up there in flat 2C? A woman. Just stand there in a bowler hat. And they don't have you. You're a bill collector. No. Don't stutter. Speak up. Well, then I'll tell you what I saw. I saw an old lady. And that's it, just sitting there. All right, through the keyhole, I'm not ashamed. I looked through the keyhole, and there was this old lady sitting in a chair in Richard Henny's apartment. You know what? Her wig was crooked. And the phone kept ringing. And she didn't answer it. She just sat there. With her eyes open. South Express?
I'm Charlie saying this. Just fitting out. You won't make it, sir. Hey, dig it. Hey, dig it, sir. Dig it. Them pieces, stop. All things the lost favorite. Just your three and set away. See? How's baby? Dig your head. Yeah. Thank you. Dig it. That's good for it. If could change his down beetle. Yeah. What's under the seat? What does this tune like? I'm like a dog. Is that a dog you got there? He's a dog. Home dogs, domestic animals, traveling passenger accommodations, great northern railways, insects, every risk and liabilities. Change his down beetle. Did you say this?
Come on, Charlie. Off the lease now. Here you are, Dirk Christen.
What in the knob? How old are you, Teddy?
Charlie, 7. Just turned 7, ain't you, Charlie?
You're a big boy, Charlie, here, eh? Peter, run the knob. Dig it?
Thank you. They do sprout up, don't they? Mind the lollipop now, Charlie.
Dig it?
I'm sorry. I haven't got one.
Yeah, now. What is this?
Sorry, I didn't have time. I had to run to make it.
Oh, what's it? Where's who? Where's who?
Newton Stewart.
8 and 40s.
Here you are.
8 and 40s out of 10 and 6 for the penalty for offences of 54 in front. I shall it.
Thank you. Here, sorry, Joe. Julian. Julian. I can't see why passengers have to put up with that sort of thing. And the least I mind are as he goes. See it?
Now then, Charlie, now then, don't kiss your lollipops as a doggy.
Trains are overcrowded as it is without bringing a lot of smelly brute, I must say. Excuse me, sir, while I open the window. There it was.
Some people are never satisfied. Never you mind, Charlie, the dog is man's truest friend. Never mind what anybody may say.
All right, lady, all right. I consider myself six off.
And always remember, Charlie, that a man who doesn't like a dog is no friend of yours. You can be sure that Richard Annie didn't keep a dog, not in The Murderer. No man who could do in a poor old lady through the art in his flat would keep a dog. No, Charlie.
Soon, John. Sure. Curious case, that fallen place murder affair, isn't it, sir? I'm glad about it. You know, I'm always interested in a good murder. Here we are, sir. The Guardian Chronicle, special edition. I haven't seen this one myself yet. Shocking occurrence in Portland Square. Milkman's story. Annie disappears. Penis in pancreas. Hello? Yes, that one? Now look at it, sir. Yeah. There's reason to believe that the suspect, Richard Annie, is headed north of the tree. Scotland Yard is searching all Great Northern train. I say Great Northern. Why, that's south.
Oh, shut it, Deb. What are you trying to do? Frighten the city?
All right, lady, sorry. This may be he's sitting here the new, in this very compartment a moment, and the blood of the slain not dry on his hands. June's just well, we'll soon settle that. Here it is. Little ice, hair brown, eyes blue, moustache, about 35, wearing a grey tweed suit. Let's look at his picture now. Here it is. Turn to page 17. Oh, stop there! Listen to the hills! Yeah, what's going on here? Put that emergency voice. Was it one of you? It was them! Some justice! None of the police are...
You was in?
Oh, who are you talking about?
Hurry up, man! Sword on the line, or I'll give you the blitz!
The murderers!
This one, Richard Handy.
Get away from that glass, Charlie!
He was sitting right next to me.
Come on, Charlie. Get away now. Or I'll give your nice lollipop to one of these gentlemen here.
Dr. Rose, Richard Henne, wanted for Boston Place murder. Reported in stolen car. Large green Daimler speeding south. Caution soda, sir. Is that the best thing you can suggest, Sullivan, for a man who's barely escaped his life from a motor accident? Brandy and soda, sir. Drove right to the head, he did, Sullivan. Went through it like butter, down the vag and into the burns. Lucky he came out alive. Gin and tonic, sir. Lucky thing, too, I came along, fished him out. Gentlemen staying for supper, Sullivan. Better take him a case of clothes when he's out of his bath. Things were badly torn up. It's not a pleasant thing to turn over 3 times a day in the fashion, Sullivan. He's done with his thought. I laid out for blue third, Sir Harry. Oh, good work, Sullivan. Tell cook there'll be 2 for supper. He has been too informed. There is still one question unsolved, Sir Harry. Yes, Sullivan. As you observed, sir, the gentleman has just been in a motor car wreck. Of course. Make it whiskey, Sullivan. Very good, sir. Oh, well, hello there. I say hello. You look better in that blue third than I ever did, doesn't you, Sullivan? Yes, Sir Harry. You're staying to supper, old man, I hope. Sullivan tells me pheasants. My name is Parker. Parker. We haven't introduced ourselves.
I think you ought to know. You have in your house the man who is wanted for the Portland Place murder.
What's that?
My name is Richard Henne.
Sullivan? Yes, sir.
Your duty is to send for the police and give me up. I don't think I'll get very far. There'll be an accident, and I'll have a knife in my ribs an hour or so after sunset. Nevertheless, it's your duty as a law-abiding citizen.
Hey, don't look like a murderer to me. 30-some. Knows the hell.
I'm not. The fact is that 3 days ago,
A man was found dead in my flat.
Dear old fellow. Sullivan. Yes. Mr. Henry says a man was found dead in his flat. Murdered, Mr. Henry.
Murdered?
The Portland police murder. Yes, Sullivan. A man, Mr. Henry? The victim of the Portland police murder, Mr. Henry, was a woman.
It was a man.
Oh, now look here, old fellow. Suppressed, Sir Harry, is very clear on this one point. The victim was a woman. An old woman, wasn't it, Sullivan? It was, sir. An old woman.
The body that was found in my flat on Tuesday morning. The body of a man named Nathan Skoda.
Sullivan, yes. The whiskey, Sullivan. Very good, sir. Sullivan? Yes. Bring food, please.
Well, here it is. Here's the whole story. My name is Richard Hannay. I was a mining engineer in Rhodesia for a while. I made my pile and came back to England 3 weeks ago. Well, last Monday night I got back to my flat about 10 o'clock. I live in a new block behind Portland Place. There's a porter in the building who leaves around 9. I came up the stairs. I heard my phone ringing. Hello? 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 The call was for me. What in heaven's name? Close the door.
You locked?
Yeah?
I'm very sorry. Great liberty, I know. Breaking in this way, but I need help worse than any man ever needed.
Can I count on you? It's a pen.
You see, I have an idea. By this time tomorrow, I shall be dead.
That's what he told me the minute he got in the door. The little man was scared stiff. I could see that. He carried a parcel under his arm, a brown paper parcel, and there was a trickle of blood on his left hand from a fresh cut across the knuckles. There's going to be a war. Now, wait a minute. That's what he told me. A war. And this war is going to come as a great surprise to Britain. Somebody's going to be murdered. He told me this Thursday night. In London, a fellow called Carolides. Nothing on earth can save him. But that's just the beginning. According to what this fellow told me, Carolides isn't important, not in himself. It's what comes after he's dead. On July 15th, the chief of the French General Staff will be in London. On that day, the British Admiralty is to give him complete statement of the disposition of the entire British fleet on mobilization. Please, at least I gather it's something like that, something uncommonly important. Now then, on the 15th of July, there will be others in London. I don't know who. He had a name for them. The name of some, he called them the Black Stone. But somehow this information, those secrets about our fleet destined for France, will be diverted into their hands on that day, July 15th, and will be used, remember, a week or two later against England by our deadly foe with great guns and swift torpedoes, suddenly in the darkness of a summer night. I know you don't believe this. I didn't when he told it. I do now. Well, I noticed that while this man Skoda was talking, he kept fingering a little black notebook which was full of writing, some sort of code it looked like.
You may believe me or not, just as you feel. And there is it.
This is the fellow speaking, the fellow with the brown paper parcel and the cut across his knuckles. This is what he said.
What's not yet for this information? I got the first hint nearly 2 years ago in an inn on the Achensee in Tyrol. I collected my other clues in a fur shop in the Galician quarter of Budapest, in a stranger's club in Vienna, in a little bookshop in the Recknitzstrasse in Leipzig. I completed my evidence 10 days ago in Paris. And until yesterday I thought that I had worked unobserved. Don't answer. Don't answer. For me. Those men calling, "Give I'm here." Don't answer.
Yeah. Let me show you something. Will you please turn off the lights, yes? Come to the window. Look. Down there.
Well, I looked. For a moment, I saw nothing but the deserted street below. Then I noticed a man in a bowler hat standing in a doorway across the street.
When I came home last night, I found a card in my letterbox. Here it is.
The Black Stone.
What's the Black Stone? That's the name. That's what they call themselves, these people. When I got that card, I knew that I had to die.
Why don't you call the police?
No, it's no use. These men followed me here. I'm bottled in this building as sure as a pickled herring. Well, that's why I'm telling you all these things tonight. If I fail, well, I should hate to leave this scene without leaving somebody behind for a fight.
Well, I still didn't know what to make of the little chap, and it was getting late. So I made him a bed in my smoking room.
Good night. Good night. And in case I'm not here in the morning, I haven't the privilege of your name, sir, but let me tell you, you're a white man. Oh, I say before you go to bed, I'll thank you to lend me a razor.
I locked the door of my room. Finally, I fell asleep. I woke before dawn, couldn't go to bed again. I lit a cigarette and started to read. Then I noticed that the light in the smoking room was still on. I got up, I had a cigarette in my mouth, I remember, and as I pushed open the smoking room door, I saw something that made me drop my cigarette. Bolt upright in a chair by the window sat an old woman with her eyes open. There was a long knife through her heart, which skewered her to the back of the chair. I looked quickly about and called for Skoda. There was no reply. Then I noticed three things. First, the old woman's wig had fallen slightly askew. Second, that the brown paper parcel I'd noticed under Skoda's arm the night before was now lying open and empty on the table. Third, that across the knuckles of the old woman's left hand was a fresh, unhealed cut. From the limpness of the body, I estimated that Skoda had been dead for about 2 hours. I wondered what had happened to the little black book. I searched Skoda's body and found nothing. Then I noticed that the whole flat had been ransacked in the night. The insides of books, drawers covered even the sideboard in the dining room. I shuttered and bolted every door and window in the flat. Skoda's story was true. The men who knew that he knew what he knew had found him and had made certain of his silence. You see, his disguise had not saved him. I'd be the next to go. But suppose I went out now and called the police. What kind of a story could I tell about Skoda? If I told them the truth, they'd simply laugh at me. I'd be charged with murder. The best I could hope for was jail. And that was just what they wanted for me. An English prison was as good a way of getting rid of me till after July 15th as a knife in my chest. I got out an atlas and looked at the big map of the British Isle. My notion was to get off to some wild district, some open space where my South African experience would be of help to me, some place where I'd be safe hiding for 6 days until July 15th. And I decided Scotland would be best. There was a train from St. Pancras at 7:10. I went to the window and looked out between the shutters. It was beginning to get light. I saw a man standing in the doorway in a bowler hat. Then another man, who seemed to be drunk, came down in evening dress down the street. He walked unsteadily. He caught sight of the man in the bowler hat and went over and spoke to him. Then he crossed the street and came into the house.
Hey, wake up, Marmaduke, good old Marmaduke, Father, you the early boy, wake up, join Scotland, remember the shooting, good old shooting. Oh, sorry, busy, slow feeling. I like another side, I pay you, Hannah.
Hey, Henny! Henny, your phone's ringing. Wake up and answer it. Henny! What's this from? The yellow bill. Up on my window bill. Up, it's shining head. I waited till he'd gone. I put a pipe in my pocket and threw my pouch from the tobacco jar on the table by the fireplace. As I poked into the tobacco, my fingers touched something hard, and I drew out Goda's little black book. Somehow that seemed a good omen. I went out into the street, past the doorway, past the man in the bowler hat, and at 7:10 I was at St. Pancras Station.
Right, Tiger, listen. You're just running out there. You won't make it there, hey? You can, Then please, let's stop. Walking to Loch Raven to Gooseberry Creek to Candy Getaway.
10 hours later, between Dorby and Newton Stewart, I pulled the emergency cord and jumped off the train. I was a good mile from the track before I stopped running. The moor was all around me. You couldn't have found a more peaceful landscape in the world, yet at that moment, for the first time in my life, I felt the terror of the hunted on me. It wasn't the police I was afraid of, but the others who knew that I knew Soda's secret and dared not let me live. They had killed Skoda in my flat within a few yards of me. Now it was my turn, and I didn't even know what these men looked like. Wish I'd listened more carefully to what Skoda had said about them. I think he said there were 3 of them, and that one of them was young and dark, and one was plump, and one was old and stammered sometimes when he spoke. Suddenly, in the blue evening sky, I saw something. Low down in the south, a monoplane was climbing into the heavens. I was as certain as if I'd been told that that aeroplane was looking for me. Flew low over the hilltops, and then back over the valley. I started to run. I ran till the sweat blinded my eyes. I ran most of the night, keeping always south in the direction of the hills. And as the mist cleared before the sun, I found myself in the central block of a high upland country with glens falling away on every side. Then I saw the monoplane again, coming up from the east. It was flying high. It circled about me in narrowing circles, the way a hawk wheels before it pounces. Now it was flying quite low. The observer on board caught sight of me. I could see him looking at me through flash. No. Now it was speeding eastward again, but it became a speck in the blue morning. My enemies had located me. The next thing would be a cordon around me,
There wasn't enough cover on the whole moor to hide a rat. I tossed a coin, heads right, tails left. Fell heads, so I turned north. For a while I got to the mountain country and came to the brow of a ridge. Way down a slope a couple of miles away, several men were advancing like a row of beaters at a shoot. And it may have been my imagination, but I thought I saw figures, 1, 2, perhaps more, moving in a glen beyond the stream. I looked down into the valley. There were men below. Police, they looked like. Not more than a quarter of a mile off, spaced out on a hillside like a fan beating the heather.
Hey, Joe! Hey! Oh, here! Hey, Joe! Oh, here! Well! Up there! You know Phil? Yeah, that's Will!
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre in John Buchan's 39 Steps. We shall resume the story in a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Network is presenting 39 Steps by John Buchan. And now the Mercury Theatre resumes the story with Orson Welles as Richard Hannay and Marmaduke Jopley. We were playing hare and hounds, Cleese and I. Soon it began to seem less of a game. The police had evidently called in the local herds of gamekeepers. These fellows were hefty men on the native heath. Looking back, I saw that only 3 were following me. The others had fetched a circuit to cut me off. I crossed a burn and came out on a road which seemed to be kept with some care. A few hundred yards to my left, I saw the chimneys of a house smoking. There was a veranda in front of the house, and through the grass, I saw the face of an elderly gentleman meekly watching me.
Seem in a hurry, my friend.
His face was round and shiny, like Mr. Pickwick's, and the top of his head was as bright and bare as a glass bottle. Through the window could be seen some figures, half a mile off.
Oh, I see. Fugitive from justice, eh? Well, we go into the matter at our leisure. Go into my study. You'll see 2 doors facing you. Take the one to the left and close it behind you. Close it tight.
I did as I was told. I was in a little dark chamber that smelled of chemicals. I wasn't any too happy. There's something about the old gentleman which rather terrified me. He'd been too easy and ready. Almost as if he'd been affecting me, and his eyes had been horribly intelligent.
All right. You may come out now.
Have they gone?
They have gone. I convinced them that you had crossed the hill. I do not choose that the police should come between me and one whom I am delighted to honor.
He smiled gently and nodded to the door behind me. I turned and saw 2 manservants who had me covered with pistols.
This is a lucky morning for you, Mr. Richard Hannay.
Hey, what's going on here? And who are you calling Richard Hannay? My name's Ainsley.
So? Oh, but of course you have many names. We won't quarrel about a name, Mr. Hannay.
And now I suppose you're going to give me up after all. And a low, dirty trick I call it. Or go, I wish I'd never seen that cursed money. And it is indeed damn shit.
You are a clever actor, Mr. Hannay, but not quite clever enough. Oh, no, I shall not give you up. My friends and I will have a little private settlement with you to...
Oh,
Stop jawing. Everything's against me. What's the harm in a poor devil with an empty stomach picking up the money he finds in a lost pocketbook? That's all I've done, and for that I've been chivvied for 2 days for these blasted bobbies over these blasted hills.
I could see a dawning of a doubt in his mind.
I'll tell you, I'm fair sick of it.
Will you oblige me with a story of your recent doing, Mr. Hannon?
I can't, Governor. I've not had a bite for 2 days. Give me a mouthful of food, then you'll hear God's truth.
You're a good liar, Hannon. But I do not propose to let you go. If you are what you say you are, you will soon have a chance of clearing yourself. If you're what I think you are, I do not think you will see the light much longer.
Hearing, sir? Inderdaad, mijn slissing, dat u terugkomt?
Ja. I want the Daimler in 5 minutes. There will be 3 to dinner. Goodbye, Mr. Hanning. We will meet again tonight.
I marched out of the room with a pistol in the small of my back. They locked me up again in a small, dark chamber that smelled of chemicals that was as black as pitch. Well, I made out that the walls were lined with boxes and barrels and sacks of some heavy stuff. The old boy had gone off in the car to collect his friend to be back soon. The plump one and the dark, thin one. But I figured it out. I had just about 2 hours longer to live, and I got a scooter and dressed up like an old woman, sitting in that chair by the window in my flat with his eyes open. I got up and started moving around the room again. I found a handle in the wall, the door of a cupboard of some sort. In that cupboard there were bottles and cases of queer-smelling stuff and coils of fine copper wire. There was a box of detonators and a lot of cord for fuses. Also half a dozen little gray bricks. I took up one and smelled it and put it to my tongue. I've been a mining engineer for nothing. I know lentonite when I see it. It was a risk. But if I didn't take it, I'd probably be occupying a 6-foot hole in the garden by evening anyhow. So, took a quarter of a lentonite brick and buried it near the door, and then I got a detonator and a couple of feet of fuse. And then I lit a match. Something had hit my left shoulder. There was a poisonous yellow fog all around me. Somewhere behind me I felt pressure. I started to run. I ran. Much later, in a clearing on a hillside, I saw a small stone building with a tower. The door was open. It was dark and cool inside. I staggered in and sat down on one of the benches. The pain in my shoulder was unbearable, and I heard steps coming down the path. I found a small door in one corner and narrow stairs running up to the tower. I went up. And most of the top of this tower was taken up with bells. But there was a small ledge outside just wide enough to lie down on. I heard a man downstairs below me in the tower. I lay there with a burning head, and the sun glaring in my face. Right above me was the monoplane. They couldn't have missed me lying there on the open ledge. They knew where I was. Soon they'd come back for me. Cover me. Right under me. bells, and presently up the hillside, little soft knots of men began to appear. They came slowly, dozens of them, all moving towards me, slowly advancing, closing in on me. I was too sick to move. I lay there waiting for them to come and get me. Now they were in the building below me. In a few seconds, they'd be up the stairs. I waited, and no one came. I lay there waiting. Then, a thought struck me. Skoda had been murdered on Thursday night, 4 days ago. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days. Then these men, coming up the hills, in little dark knots, in black, slowly advancing, closing in on me, were not my enemies. They weren't after me. They didn't even know I was there. They were peacefully walking to church with their families. It was Sunday. Presently, a large green open Daimler drove up. 3 men got out. My plump friend, the professor, and the dark young man. I could see them looking up at my tower. 2 of them went into the church. The thin man stayed at the car. I waited up there on the ledge. But they didn't come up. They left me there.
The service had just begun. That gave me about an hour. Now, there was an old iron drain pipe running along the corner of the tower. It didn't seem particularly solid. Besides, I was in full sight of the man in the car. At that moment, it started to rain. The man in the car looked up at the sky. He turned his collar, then he shrugged his shoulders, got out of the car, and went into the church.
I started down the side of the tower. Halfway down, my foot slipped and I fell. The ground was soft. I got up and went out to the car and drove off. I drove that Daimler for all she was worth. It was risky driving with my right arm out of action. But I drove on south, downhill into the valley. The road was full of sharp curves and shiny under my headlights and very slippery.
That's right, Sullivan. Mr. Haley, I may talk like an ass most of the time, but I can size up a man. The whiskey, Sir Harry. Thanks, Sullivan. Pour it, will you? 2 stiff one. Very good, sir.
My name is Henny.
Well, Harry, you're no murderer and you're no fool. And I believe you're speaking the truth. I'm going to back you up. Now, what can I do?
I've got to get in touch with the government sometime before June 15th, July 15th. That's the day after tomorrow. If you can help me.
All right, I will. The permanent secretary at the Foreign Office is my cousin and one of the best boys. He's down at his cottage in the country. Country. If you start early tomorrow morning, Sullivan.
Yes,
have the station wagon here at 6 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And reserve a compartment on the 7th Express.
Yes, sir.
Or in Sullivan.
Yes, Sir Harry.
Send a telegram to Sir Walter.
Yes, sir.
If a man called...
Henny. Then better not use my real name.
So that you are. If a man called, Sullivan, you will think of a name for Mr. Hanny?
Yes, sir. A short name, sir.
Yes, Sullivan.
And British report.
Oh, yes, Sullivan.
You can count on me, sir. Herr Walter Bullivan, tenant near Arton's Wells, Cambridgeshire. If a man called Swizzen appears tomorrow, shoot him kindly. He may tell you something that will wake you up. He will pass the word Blackstone and whistle Annie Laurie. Love, Harry.
terrible scream, isn't it? Yes, sir. I'll bet our tenants for trout fishing against any river in England. Look at that big fellow there. 4 pounds at his arms. That's him, sir. Go there. Yard from the reed, just above that thicket. Yes, I see him now. He's a big fellow. That's where the black stone. Yes. Prison's name, isn't it? No, I mean to say, yes. That wise conspirator knows his own name. You're the Walker, I am. Now then, Miss Bethany, my cousin promised you'd tell me something that would wake me up. I'm ready. Oh, Mr. Henry, before we begin, I think I'll tell you, I got a letter from Skoda this morning. Skoda? Yeah. It's been there a week. Written on the 8th, day before he came to you. His letters usually took a week to reach, right? They were sent undercover to Spain, and then you got... What did it say? Great you. Strange fellow, Skoda. He knew more international secrets than any secret service man in Europe. Trouble about him was, he liked to play a lone hand. Never tell us all he knew. Besides, he was getting romantic. Black stone. Like any novelette. Sir Walter, is Carolitis in London? You? Been there for days. In his letter, did Skoda say anything about Premier Carolitis? Premier Carolitis? Skoda said that the 14th of July, today, Carolitis would be murdered. Carolitis murdered? Nonsense. There's no state in Europe, want him out of the way. Virtuous Carolitis is that likely to outlive us all. I'm afraid Skoda went off the trail there. Water? Yes, he followed it. Telegram to Walter that came through from London. Thanks. To excuse me, Mr. Gray? Keith. Right away. Call the foreign of it. Tell them I'm on my way up. Yes, sir. I apologize for the shady Skoda. Carolitis was shot dead this evening, a few minutes after 7. It begins to look like war, Mr. Henry. What about our naval plan to order? You know what Skoda said about you? He said, tomorrow, July 15th. They're taking no chances, Mr. Henry. General Dufour, chief of the French General Staff, arrived in London at 5 late. He dines with the Prime Minister, and then he goes to the Foreign Office. There are 4 people will see him. Whittaker from the Admiralty, myself, Sir Arthur Drew, and General Winstanley. Lord Stirling may be there. You never know about him. He gets more erratic every day. At the Foreign Office, General Dufour will get a certain document from Whittaker. After that, he'll be motored to Portsmouth, where a destroyer will take him to Havre. He won't be left unattended for a moment until he's safe in Paris. The same with Whittaker till the papers are out with his hand. And I don't mind admitting I'm horribly nervous. So, Walter, if those plans were stolen, could the disposition be changed? We can't make any serious change in those dispositions, Mr. Henry, unless we alter the geography of England. And now, gentlemen, that our meeting is over, I must ask you to give me a few minutes longer of your time. Gentlemen, I ask you to meet Mr. Henry. How do you do, Mr. Henry? General Dufour. Honored to meet you. Sir Arthur Drew. How do you do, sir? John Winter. How do you do, sir? General Winstanley. How do you do? Gentlemen, I take the highly unusual step of asking Mr. Henry to attend our meeting tonight because Mr. Henry is in possession of certain vital information which everyone of us here... Sorry, Walter. I am a sick man. I'm going back to my bed where I belong. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, Mr. Henry. Sorry I can't stay to hear what you've got to say. Oh, and Whittaker, whatever comes up, you take care of it. Don't call me again tonight. Stop that man! Really? I tell you to stop that man! Stop him! The Henry, I think, getting you. I beg of you to stop him if you won't. I will. Too late. Gentlemen, who do you think went through that door a minute ago? Lord Sterling. He did not. It was his living image, but it was not Lord Sterling. Oh, gentlemen, have you ever known Lord Sterling to stammer? Stammer? N.A., have you gone out of your head? I tell you, gentlemen, that man who just went out was not Lord Sterling. It was someone who recognized me. Someone I've seen in the last 3 days. Nonsense. Really, Mr. Henry, I think you have gone out of your head. That remains to be seen. So, Walter, may I call Lord Sterling out? I'll do it. Hello? It's a little safe house. Hurry, please. Hello? Yes, hello? This is Walter Bullivant. Will you ask Lord Sterling to call me the minute he gets home? What? What's that? Are you sure? I see. Thanks. Lord Sterling hasn't been out of his bed all day. He went to sleep at 6 and woke up a few minutes ago. Well then, who was it? The Blackstone. That is madness. You mean to tell me that that man came here and sat beside me for the best part of an hour, and I didn't detect the imposter? My own chief? You were too interested in other things to have the use of your eyes. You took Lord Sterling for granted. If it had been anybody else, you might have looked more closely. The thing that puzzles me is, what good would it here do that fellow, Mr. Five-Fellow? Here are the plans right there on this table. He couldn't carry away several pages of figures and strange names in his head. Yes, he could. The trained spy has a photographic memory. You noticed he said nothing, but went through those papers again and again. Those plans were as lost to us as if he had them in his pocket. Give me the Home Office. Port Divisional. Have every port watch, every outgoing steamer checked, and we have not a rag of a crew. I wonder. Walter, here's Scota's little black book. It's in code, except for one sentence scrawled over the last page. Scota knew where those fellows would hide. He knew when they were going to leave the country. I wonder if in that sentence... What is it? Let's hear it. 39 steps. I counted them. High tide, 10:17 p.m. 39. That is the clue, don't you see? And it was someplace where high tide was at 10:17. There are at least 100 places in England where the tide high at 10:17 tomorrow. We've gone from that. Not they. They have their own secret plans, and they won't be hurried. 39 steps. What does he mean by steps? Fanny, he wouldn't have mentioned their number. It must be a place where there's more than one set of stairs. Home Office, Department of Transportation. Hello, Bullivant speaking. I say, is there any regular steamer leaving from the continent 10:17 p.m.? Pick it up. What? You sure? Thanks. There's no regular steamer sailing from the continent at 10:17 p.m. from anywhere. Then it must be a private boat in a little port. That explains why the tide's important. Hello? Give me the Admiralty. Hello? Walter Bullivant speaking. Hello, Jenkins. What places do you know along the east coast where there are cliffs? There are several sets of steps run down to the beach. They mean steps, regular staircases. What's that? Place in Norfolk? Brattleton? The golf course? No, that's not it. No, marine stairs won't do either. Has to be more retired than that. What? Beto? Think, man, think. It's important. What's that? What you call it? The Rupp? Listen to this. A big chalk headland in Kent, close to Bradgate. Sir Arthur, look up the Admiralty tide table. Bradgate, Kent. Yes. A lot of villas on top of the cliff, and some of the houses have staircases down to a private beach. All right, Sir Arthur. Here, listen to this. Bradgate, high tide, July the 15th, 10:17 p.m. Bradgate, July 15th. Confidential report. Richard Hannay, Special Agent to Sir Walter Bullivant, Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office. There is a villa with 39 steps leading down to the sea. Trafalgar Lodge, it's called. Belongs to an old gentleman called Appleton, a retired stockbroker. Well, here's what happened. At about 6 that evening, I saw the yacht, the foreign steam yacht, came up from the south and dropped anchor pretty well opposite the rock. Then, later, our British destroyer came in. At 9:30, I strolled towards Trafalgar Lodge. The Scotland Yard men would be posted around the house by now, but with no sign of a soul. The house stood as open and public as a charity bazaar.
Yes, sir?
Does Mr. Appleton live here?
Yes, sir.
If I see him, please.
After you give in, will you wait here in the hall, please, sir?
I found myself in a neat hall. There were the golf club and tennis rackets which you find in 10,000 British homes. There was, grandfather clock ticking a barometer and a print of children winning the Grand National.
What name shall I say, sir?
Hannay.
Will you come this way, please, sir? Mr. Annie.
The old man rose to meet me. He was in evening dress. So was the plump one. The third, the dark one, wore a blue serge suit, the colors of some club or school.
Annie, you wish to see me? One moment, you fellows, I'll join you. Better go to the smoking room, Mr. Hannay.
We'll stay here. I think we've met before. I guess you know my business.
Maybe, sir, maybe. I haven't a very good memory. I'm afraid you must tell me your errand, for I really don't know it.
Well, then, I've come to tell you that the game's up. I have a warrant here for the arrest of you three.
A warrant? Really? Yes. Good God, what for?
For the murder of Nathan Scudder in London on the 8th day of this month.
Why, I've never heard the name before. Good heaven, you must be mad, sir. Where'd he come from?
Scotland Yard.
Why, don't get fussed at that. It's all ridiculous. Let's say. Well, these things happen sometimes. Well, we can easily set it right. I can show that I was out of the country on the 8th, and Bob was down here. You were in London, but of course you can explain what you were doing.
Right, Percy.
Of course, that's easy enough. The 8th, last Thursday. Why, that was the day after Agatha's wedding. Let me see, what was I doing? I came up in the morning from Woking and lunched at the club with Charlie Stymon. Oh, yes, then I dined at the City Hall, I remember. But the punch didn't agree with me. I was seedy next morning. Hang it all, there's the cigar box I brought back from the dinner.
Think what out in Elio's face. You always said you'd die of boredom because nothing ever happened to you, and now you've got it thick and strong. Why, that's wonderful.
By Jove, yes, just think of it. What a story to tell at the club. Really, Mr. Hannay, I suppose I should be angry to show my innocence, but it's too funny. I almost forgive you the fright you gave me. You looked so glum, I thought I might have been walking in my sleep and killing people like Jack the Ripper.
It couldn't be acting. It was too confounded genuine. Well, my heart went into my boots. My first impulse was to apologize and clear up. And yet, there were three of them. And one was old. And one was plump. And one was lean and dark, and their house fitted in with Scudder's notes, and half a mile offshore was lying a foreign yacht. There's only one thing to do, go forward if I had no doubts. I'm going to make a fool of myself. I might as well do it handsomely. Then I remembered what old Peter Pignol told me in Rehearsal, Bescar Avenue. He told me once, talking about disguises, that barring certainties like fingerprints, mere physical traits are of very little importance. If a man really knows his business, well, he laughed at things like dyed hair and false beards and such childish follies. If a man really knew his business, if you're playing a part, you'll never keep it up unless you convince yourself that you really are the man you're pretending to be. So I walked to the door and switched on the electric light. And the sudden glare made them blink, and I stood scanning the three faces. Well, I made nothing of it. One was old and bald, one was stout, one was dark and thin. That's all I could tell. Perhaps they were the three men who had hunted me in Scotland. Perhaps they weren't. There was a silver cigarette box on the table beside me, and I saw that it had been won by Percy Appleton, Esquire, for St. Bede's Club in a golf tournament.
Well, are you reassured by your scrutiny? I make no complaint, but you see how annoying it must be to respectable people. Are you going to drop it?
No.
Oh, Lord, this is a bit too thick. Do you propose to march us off to the police station?
I have the right to execute your warrant, you know, but I don't wish to cast any aspersions upon you, sir. You're only doing your duty, but you will admit it's horribly awkward. What do you propose to do?
Well, I vote we have a game of billiards. It'll give Mr. Hannay time to think things over and show him there's no ill feeling. Do you play, sir?
Yes, play.
Billiard room is downstairs, Mr. Hannay. Why don't you two start? We'll finish our cigars and come down later.
Oh. Go into the billiard room.
Choose your cue, sir.
Thanks.
Play or spot, sir?
Spot.
Sure.
Thanks.
How about a few practice shots?
Look, Mr. Hannay, I'm afraid you're into licking ball.
Should we start? Who'll begin? Or should we talk?
What are you playing for?
Shilling a game?
It's all right.
Heads or tails, Mr. Hannay?
Heads.
Heads it is. You begin. Will you mark for us, Percy?
I do.
7. That was a near one, rough luck. 5.
8.
That's all right, Mr. Hannay.
5, that's 13. 70.
Good work.
Double 17. Percy, look at the time. You'd better think about catching your train.
Yes, Percy's got to go to town tonight.
I'm afraid you must put off your journey.
Oh, dash it all, Hannay. I thought you'd drop that, but I've simply got to go. You can have my address, and you can have any security you like.
No, you must stay. It was 5 minutes after 10. In 12 minutes, it would be high tide. Through the window, I could see the lights of the foreign yacht offshore.
Bail for my nephew. That ought to content you, Mr. Hannay.
Was it my fancy, or did I detect some halt in the smoothness of that voice? And then I thought of something. Mr. Appleton, when did your nephew have to be in London?
Tonight.
Did you say you would go bail for him, Mr. Appleton?
Yes. Yes, I told you I would.
Well, then, perhaps, if I could arrange to call Scotland Yard early in the morning.
No, Mr. Hannay. It simply has to be tonight.
Then I knew who he was. The young dark man leaped from the window. He threw it over the low fence and down the steps before a hand could reach him. Someone switched on the light. The plump one was lying crumpled in a heap. They'd got handcuffed on the old man.
Ah, you say. You can't follow him in time. He's gone on the yacht. He has triumphed. The Black Storm has triumphed.
I hope he'll bear his triumph well, Mr. Appleton. I ought to tell you that your yacht for the last 2 hours has been in our hands. Well, Sir Walter, that's about all there is to it. That's the story. You're going to set it down. You know the rest of it better than I do. Theodore was right about the war, right, wasn't he? In about a week, I clicked right in the middle of it myself. Because of my Matabidi experience, I got a captain's commission straight off. I joined my division on Thursday at Aldershot, and I understand we'll be moving straight up for once. Still, I'm afraid I had most of my excitement before I put on cocky. Anyway, goodbye. Thanks for everything. Great sport while it lasted. Yours, very sincerely, Richard Hannay, August 8, 1914.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air in 39 Steps by John Bucket. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, who tonight played Richard Hannay, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you miss Madeline Carroll in our SAG version of 39, that's the young lady in the movie, in common with almost everything else in that movie, was the child of its director's own unparalleled and unpredictable fancy. If you missed anything, you must blame Mr. Alfred Hitchcock. If you were surprised by anything, you must blame us. Well, next week, the Mercury Theatre, by way of an experiment, attempt a radio anthology of short stories. Until then, good night, everybody, goodbye, and see you next week.
And that was 39 Steps, as performed by the Mercury Theatre on the Air, the 4th episode from the series, and originally broadcast on August 1st, 1938. There were numerous American radio adaptations that followed after the release of Hitchcock's film, and the Mercury Theatre on the Air was not the first to adapt it to radio. Lux Radio Theatre actually had that claim and did their version of 39 Steps in 1937, a year before this broadcast we just heard. The character Hanny continued his adventures in 4 other books. 2 were set during the war, where he continued his undercover work against the Germans and their allies, and the other 2 stories were set in the post-war period, where Hanny's opponents were criminal gangs. All right, that's all I've got for this particular episode. Thank you for listening.